Greetings, everyone. Trying to fix this. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, okay. Greetings, everyone. This is me again, Zahra, ex-Muslim, ex-Shia. As you all may know, come to help the Muslims see for themselves and decide. So on this ayat, these ayats now show that Allah is really bad, very cunning. I had to come back to these ayats and see where it takes us. Uh, Although from Christian Prince, I learned that here, if you are truthful, God says in Surah Baqarah 31 to the angels, meaning the angels are liars, right? So taking this ayat again, show you how bad Allah is, right? Then we'll go to some other ayats. So showing it's Allah's fault and we are innocent, not guilty. In every way, it's Allah's fault, right? Like I showed you, where he's made Isaac and Jacob, he's made righteous. So the word he's used when he makes someone righteous, they cannot do anything by their will or things like that, right? They cannot apply the will. They're just made that way. So, and they don't even then, they are not deserving of any reward from Allah, right? So this, he made them. Coming back to these ayats, I think I've done this before, also taking it from Christian Prince. Thanks much to Christian Prince. And let's see what else do we find here. So where Allah began to tell me, so showing it's Allah's fault and we are innocent, not guilty, where Allah began to tell me that something was wrong with him here in these ayats. Before even Iblis could go against Allah's command, but wait, look at what Iblis, as Shaitan now says, right? So back to this ayat, Surah 59 and 16. Their parable is that of Satan when he says to man, disbelieve. But when he disbelieves, he says, I am quit of you. Verily, I fear Allah, the Lord of the universe. So now here also this ayat shows that Satan has fear of Allah and he also believes in Allah, right? Meaning, so then, and before this, Allah tells the angels, so, before even, I mean, showing, okay, I just showed you this, and then before even this, Allah tells the angels, I don't know what I mean before this. Before I think this ayat that Allah, and we've gone through this, but again, we're going through this, right? I'm going through this with you, Surah 59, ayat 16. You see, Iblis, when he became Shaitan, still it shows that Shaitan is the believer. Although he does this to disbelievers, testing them, or what? And I'm quit of you, verily I fear Allah, the Lord of the universe. So it doesn't go with the other ayats where Allah says, I'll fill, if you follow these people, these entities, Shaitan and his followers, I'm going to put every one of them in hell from among the jinn and men who followed this Shaitan. And then it seems like Shaitan is working for Allah here in Surah 59, ayat 16, right? Then as we go along, I'll show you where the Shias have even been deceived, as you will see as we go along, right? So in the commentary, Shia commentary, we're not, right? So there are signs everywhere, and Shias don't see this, and then the Shias give their lives, and some of the extremists, Islamists, or when killing, taking their lives, persecuting them, and they have patience, and they this and that, for their religion. All this they have to go through for Allah and Rasulullah and Ahlul Bayt, Messenger of Allah, even against, you know, by their Muslims, these Shia suffering. So better that the Shias leave Pakistan, Parachinar and all. I hope something can be done about that too. Oh, suffering for such a religion which is so deceptive, Allah and the Ahlul Bayt. And I'll show you how unfair. I've been showing you this, but again on this. So, Surah 2 ayat 30. And mention of Muhammad when your Lord said to the angels, indeed I will make upon the earth a successive authority. They said, meaning Khalifa, right? They said, will you place upon it one who causes corruption therein and sheds blood, while we exalt you with praise and declare your perfection? He said, meaning Allah said, indeed, I know that which you do not know. Right? Allah said to the angels, I know, indeed, I know that which you do not know. Right? Then Allah, it seems like Allah gets offended against the angels for saying this. Are you going to create, will you place upon it one on the earth? Okay, not create, but place upon it, right? On this. The angels objected. So the objection of the angels, Allah gets offended by the objection of the angels, Malaika. And Surah 2, ayat 31, next ayat of Surah Baqarah. And he taught Adam the names, all of them. Then he showed them to the angels and said, inform me of the names of these if you are truthful. Right? So there was someone saying, Muslim saying to Christian Prince, it doesn't mean they're lies. And Christian Prince was, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What's the problem with you? It means if Allah is saying, if you are truthful, right, it means that they are not truthful, right? Which means what's the opposite of not being truthful? Liars, not ignorant, liars. So look at the way Allah answers the angels here. Angels are liars. Or should Allah call them just ignorant beings? You don't know what I know, and that's it, right? You don't know what I know. Allah should have told the angels. But Allah calls them liars, not meaning not truthful. Same, right? I hope no Muslim comes here and starts to debate with me on this. Allah moves out of soundness in Surah 2, ayat 31. You see this. He's been unreasonable, irrational, and illogical with the angels. This shows his cunningness, Allah's cunningness. So, angels not knowing has nothing to do with them being not true, thus having nothing to do with truthfulness. Thanks to CP, Christian Prince, for pointing this out. Allah has lost soundness, meaning rationality and logic, right? So the meaning of soundness. And here, forget how I've put it here. But doesn't it show the cunningness of Allah here? Secondly, Allah is showing off his knowledge and insulting his angels, using truthfulness against them. What a cunning Allah. Now, what now would be the knowledge of these names we need to know that would be of any importance? That Shias have made it so important. Because these poor Shias, it's not their fault. Look how they have been deceived by Prophet Muhammad, right? Firstly, but I will be showing what the Shia belief has made out of this with the knowledge from Prophet Muhammad and his progeny. So, as Allah has been cunning and against the angels, right? Telling them you are not truthful. If you were truthful, you would have knowledge of this, yani, meaning knowledge of what I have. The names now I give to Adam. He taught Adam the names, all of them. Then he taught Adam the names. So not knowing, and without knowing, they're objecting to Allah, right? As if. So they must have some knowledge of this, since I was told by a Shia also, Sayyid, that there were Adams before and there were people. Otherwise, why would the angels on this ayat object to Allah sending a human being on earth as authority, Khalif, right? Khalifa, Caliph. They said, will you place upon it one who causes corruption therein and sheds blood? Allah is telling us that they're lying saying this. Or what? So before, I mean, that is now outside of the Quran, like we find in Allama Majlisi's Hayat al-Qulub in the Genesis and all. And before, what was, before they had Adams and all this people on earth, human beings, Allah had sent on earth. So this is not the first Adam Allah sent on earth, right? Or maybe even not, forget that also, right? But just putting that point in. And that Allama Majlisi's book, Allama Majlisi was a prominent religious scholar, eminent religious scholar, Shia religious scholar. So this is, maybe there were, so angels had some knowledge, and Allah is telling them, you're lying. If you are truthful, tell me. What is going on? Like, okay, I need to have more patience and explain this. They said, will you place and more articulation, eloquence, and but I didn't prepare myself again too much for this. They said, will you place upon it one who causes corruption there and sheds blood? So it implies to us that the angels knew something, that if man was to be placed on earth and made a Khalifa, he would shed blood and spread, I mean, cause corruption or spread corruption and shed blood, meaning, unlivening each other. Oh, so really, it's not that clear. And then, of course, someone can see, what is this going on here? But the Shias, like when you really examine, and Christian Prince saying, no, look, Allah saying that this is angels, you are liars. You are not like, you're not truthful, meaning you are liars, right? And he could have said you are ignorant, you don't know. And he said, you don't know, but after, like Allah is saying here in Surah 2 at 30, in the end, he said, indeed, I know that which you do not know. Now, but can you please stop at this against the angels? Don't insult the angels by saying angels are innocent, right? But what we then learned from the Shia comment, no, Shia commentary on, we'll see later, right? So Surah 2, Ayat 31. Now I'm also taking you to the Shia commentary, so which I wasn't earlier on, perhaps on this. So this is in a different, a little bit different, right? Taking the commentary and all this. Helping the Shias. I'm not making fun. I'm not trying to, I don't intend to make fun. But please, when I get like a little agitated, aggravated, don't think that I think or I'm patronizing or anything. If I don't have that eloquence, my things are not professional. I have screencasting. I in this that why am I doing this? Yeah. So I'm not patronizing. I don't know how to say this, but I don't think too much of myself, right? Why should I? Do I have any reason? Just because I'm doing this, I could be better than a lot of Muslims. Yes, because I'm doing this. But I was a Muslim and I was a victim of this, right? At one time. I was just like you. And you could say that you are better. Your Allah said that you are the best, and the Jews, Christians, and the pagans, polytheists are the worst. In Surah Ba'ina, ayat. So you could feel you are better than us, right? Because Allah has made you better than us. Or the apostates also. Oh, so, yeah, the apostates. Murtad. And oh, one more thing I have to clarify is that the Murtad, wait, I will come. I was saying Ali Murtada. Murtada means, no, that I guessed and I was wrong in guessing even. So I correct myself. Irtada, Murtada, I think comes from Irtada, which means the approved one. All that. So that will come later. Again, I'll come to that point. So angels not knowing has nothing to do with them being not true, right? And thus having nothing to do with truthfulness. Thanks to Sifu for pointing this out. And Allah's of soundness, meaning rationality and logic, in Surah 2, Ayat 31. Allah calls them liars, not truthful. Look at the way Allah's put it against the angels. And now CP didn't do this, Christian Prince, on the Shia side. So secondly, Allah is showing off his knowledge and insulting his angels using that the truthfulness, that they are not truthful. What a cunning Allah. Okay, so what now would be the knowledge of these names? We need to know that would be of any importance. Would you go ahead now? More? Allah is insulted here. It shows the cunningness of Allah. Can you see the cunningness of Allah in Surah 2 31 against the angels? And if you can't, sorry, I mean, how else can I show you that? Maybe you should, Muslims should take a break and try, because, in cognitive dissonance, I can understand, like, it can be very difficult in a shock or in this psychological problem to understand, to comprehend, to see the fear that Allah has given you also of hellfire, to see how terrible Allah is, the cunningness. Moreover, is showing off his knowledge, insulting his angels, saying, if you are truthful, what a cunning Allah. Like, I'm trying to reanalyze this. Let's see what Christian Prince pointed out. So this time I said, no, I'll go to the Shia commentary. Maybe Christian Prince said on this, maybe Christian Prince has missed out something. He's a genius in his. So, but still, don't know why. I just felt like thought about it, and I thought okay, let's do it again. Well, no harm. Going step by like as much as I can, analyzing this way and that way. These ayats, right? Allah has called the angels not truthful. And Muslims may still have cognitive dissonance, meaning not the capacity to understand how cunning Allah has been here. Even Shias, right? So helping them again and again. So what now? Okay, I read this, and so but we'll go. But I will be showing what the Shia belief has made out of this with the knowledge from Prophet Muhammad and his progeny. See, the Shias have also missed out on how cunning Allah is here by saying to the angels, if you are truthful. And they exonerate or whatever because of the knowledge given to them by Prophet Muhammad and the Ahlul Bayt, the Imams. They only look at, the names of them. And these are the Ahlul Bayt, right? I have to raise my voice because I wonder if you can hear the background sound. There's some work going on outside. What now would be the knowledge of these names? But still, we'll go and we'll check the Shia belief on this. knowledge given to them by Prophet Muhammad and his progeny. And then we have, before we go there, Surah 2, Ayat 32, they said, "Glory to you, we have no knowledge, right, except what you taught us." They're trying to, so in this way, the angels have been replying, you, okay, sorry, I didn't finish the ayat. You, only you are all knowing, all wise. You, only you. Angels reply properly and in a sound manner to Allah, logically and rationally also. Now we're going to multilingual Quran on Surah 2, Ayat 31. So for some of us, like even when I was a Shia, if I found out, like, if you are truthful, isn't Allah being cunning here? I would not bother to go and check, right? Like I didn't in my previous live stream, old one on this. What Christian Prince pointed out, that Allah is calling the angels liars. So now I thought I'd do it now on this live stream, for this live stream. Let's go. Multilingual Quran. Oh, so, excuse me. Oh my God. Grand corpus. Sorry, this is getting in the way. Wait a minute, I had found something here. So it was taking human being likewise, its other components. No. So on this side, 2 ayat 30. Okay, we'll start with Surah 2, Surah Baqarah ayat 30 here, multilingual Quran, and Shia commentary on this. And when your Lord said to the angels, I'm going to place in the earth Khalifa, they said, what? Wilt thou place in it such a as shall make mischief in it, and shed blood, and we celebrate thy praise and extol thy holiness? He said, surely I know what you do not. Right? So maybe in my notes I put 31. I'm not sure. Just let me check. Maybe I've made a mistake here. No, I did put 30. Okay, so back to this. To understand this verse, the following explanation should be carefully studied. Angels, according to the Quran, are finite creatures devoid of substance in the sense of matter, therefore imperceptible by our senses. An Ahmadi commentator describes angels as energy without any freedom of will and consciousness, which proves untrue in view of the reply the angels gave to Allah's declaration about His will to send a Khalifa on the earth. It means that the angels have been endowed with freedom of will and to give expression, right? And sometimes, as a Shia, I've thought of angels having no freedom of will, and I've forgotten this ayat. So, as the Ahmadis, I've thought that these angels don't have freedom of will. So, I was wrong, according to my Shia also, and this Quran ayat, explanation, Shia commentary. To their views, so will give expression to their views whenever they choose to do so. They can give expression to their views whenever they choose to do so. So they have a choice also, and they are liable to make errors. So if liable to errors, doesn't mean they're lying, right? Because Allah told them that they did not know what Allah knew when they made known their opinion. So they gave an opinion, and this opinion of theirs turned out that Allah is telling them, you're not Siddiq. What is the Arabic word used in this ayat for? You are not truthful, for truthful, being truthful. Oh. What Allah knew maybe they are not Siddiq, they are not those truthful people, right? You would say, forget haq. Haq is truth. Now you'll bring the word haq here. I don't know where you, okay. We'll bring the, so let's bring the word here, haq also, right? And let's look at this ayah, the Surah Baqarah, the word here. Oh, so Siddiq doesn't mean that they are not. Oh, Sadiq, Sadiq, truthful. It says truthful here, and maybe Shias, but they should have explained actually what the Sadiq, Sadiqeen means then, right? Because there's Haq, which means truth, and the Sadiq, which means truth, truth, truth. So these truthful ones. And of course, the angels are not like the Sadiqeen. You are of these if you are truthful. Names of these if you are truthful. This is another way of saying truthful or sincere. Now, sincere is from ikhlas, mukhlis. So that is also sincere or pure. And this is sincerity. Okay, if you are of the sincere. Let's take the word sadiq, although I haven't learned it from the Shia 12 words. But where would it come from? Maybe check the Ismaili. Oh, God. Oh, this I forgot. So online now, it's going to be boring at times. I'll be wondering, making mistakes. I haven't completely prepared for this. Like I said in the beginning, I'm not completely prepared for this. Truthful. Anyways, truthful. This is the word sadaq. If you are, let's even go deeper. Yeah, so this is why I wanted to come back to these verses. So let's go more deeper into this word sadaq, right? But before that, let me just read the Shia, 12 Shia commentary on this, their opinion. Allah told them that, so these Sadiq, I don't know, it's my, anyways, in whatever manner created, and well, we'll just go right now more on this. In whatever manner created and wherever found, the angels, finite creatures of light. That's what the 12 Shia are saying. Endowed with consciousness and intelligence, act to fulfill the divine plan, right? So now let's take the Ismaili also side up. But they believe in Prophet Muhammad. They believe in the Imam, same Imams until Imam Jafar Sadiq, the 12 verse, 6th, 7th is Imam Hussein. Yeah, 6th Imam, right? And they depart from the 6th Imam, the Ismaili Shias and the 12 Shias. The different sons they take as Imams, right? They differ there. So at least what the 12 Rishiyas have gotten from Prophet Muhammad until Imam Jafar Sadiq, the 6th Imam, is the same as the Ismailis. Should be, or maybe some problem, some things the Ismailis might have from Imam Jafar Sadiq that the Shias have missed. I don't know. So, but let's go on with it, with this 12 Shia commentary. For now, take a, put a full stop to what is Sadek and how the Ismailis would take it. Or are there any Muslims who could tell us differently, which would even go against Shia 12? They take any physical form except pigs, dogs, and other base animals to become visible to human vision, but belong to the celestial realm. Now, what is a jinn? We don't need to know right now. But against the malaik is derived from Arabic malik, not from Hebrew. Root alaka, the meaning of malk. Okay, they're talking about the malaika, the angels here. That's what I want to read if we on the jinns. And the Khalifa, what is the Khalifa? These are they whom we gave the book and the authority and the prophethood. These are they whom Allah has guided, so follow their guidance. This is how the Shias take it. Surah Anam, ayat 89 and 90. Not follow their example in one thing, but follow their guidance. You see, Allah has given them guidance, hasn't given your soul's guidance. Surah Sajda, ayat 13. So we have to follow, according to 12 Shias, for sure, this Surah Anam ayat, we have to follow Abraham and all. Uh, the people at the time of Abraham had to follow Abraham. Allah gave us guidance to these people and authority also and prophethood. So we have to follow their guidance. And the Khalifatullah, the representative of Allah, is he whom, sorry, excuse me, is he whom Allah Himself delegates His authority, right? So far, so good. Then Adam was appointed as his vicegerent. Now we're coming to the, why I'm laughing. You'll find out why I'm laughing. You'll find. I'm not laughing because I'm making fun or anything. No, no. Maybe it is. It's just laughable. This is more insane than. Sorry, excuse me. It doesn't mean that insanity. I'm laughing at insanity. No, no, wait a minute. I'm not. I don't have the right word for this. So sorry. His vice in preference to the angels on the merit of possessing the knowledge that Allah has given to Adam. These poor angels, they were not given knowledge. They were deprived of Allah. We human beings not given guidance. Allah sending these ones, putting them in authority, making them authoritative, giving them guidance. We follow them. These four angels were not given the knowledge, deprived of the knowledge that Adam was given. And he was the carrier of this knowledge. Was pointed as his vicegerent in preference to the angels, four angels. Oh my God. Okay, because you would say, the Muslims would say that, yes, Adam has to be sent to guide the human beings. And so angels can become pigs and all this, right? But why can't the angels become human beings? Allah has made it very like complicated. Really. Could have made from the angel man, Adam. Then, although the angels are also made of light, according to 12 Ayats, right? So, in preference to the angels, on the merit of possessing the knowledge, which they did not have, and they were called liars, and not Siddiq, Sadiq. According to verse 1 to 4 of Al Baqarah, here as well, Allah appointed Prophet Abraham as Imam after he had tried Ibrahim. Appointed, right? So you could say Ja'ilqa means appointed, not only made. Okay, so he appointed Ibrahim as the Imam after he had tried Ibrahim with a number of things which he fulfilled, with the clear provision that although there would be Imams in his progeny, but those who were unjust would not receive this authority. So Allah appointed him, right? Neither the consensus of public opinion, nor a group, nor an individual had the right to represent the will of Allah. Even, sorry, I have to read this from the beginning, this paragraph of the commentary, Shia commentary. Even the prophets or the angels did not have the right to say anything in the matter of appointment of Khalifa. Allah does not allow anyone to interfere with the execution of His will, nor can anyone question Him. Here and in many other places, dealing with the delegation of authority, it has been asserted that His will and choice is not arbitrary, but is always based on the recognition of merit. Merit? He can choose to, Allah can, if He wills, He can have a son. What merit? How did Adam gain the merit? Allah just gave him the knowledge. Oh, he made him with his two hands. He made the angels of light, but not with his two hands. With power and might, they say two hands represent Allah's two hands. So this, anyways, I don't see the merit. Adam was appointed as his vicegerent in reference to the angels on the merit of possessing the knowledge. Merit of possessing the knowledge, but did he earn it? Did he study it? Allah just gave it to him, right? Which Allah could have given to the angels. He didn't go through nursery, all the classes, grades, learning. He didn't also, it was not out of merit. What merit? I don't understand. I mean, I've read that Khalifa, the literal meaning of khalaf is to come after, follow, succeed, etc. In this verse, it has been used in the sense of succeeding, in fact, representing Allah on the earth, to exercise His authority in terms of reacting to His will as His vicegerent. This is the basis of prophethood. Some schools of thought hold the view that reason and intellect at the disposal of man are enough to represent Allah, and there is no need of the delegation of authority. In this verse, however, the necessity of a vicegerent of Allah on the earth has been conclusively proved. Appointment, the way this verse, the Sunnis take it, I can see. Surah An-Nam at 89, right? Follow, look, the whole ayat, Surah An-Nam at 90, sorry. The representative of Allah is He whom Allah Himself delegates His authority to. So let's look at Surah An-Nam ayat 90 again. So I could tell the Sunnis going blue in the face that no, you have to follow. But they'll say, no. You know how they take this verse, the Sunni, some Muslims? Those are the ones whom people has guided. So from their guidance, take an example. Say, I ask for you, of you for it, no payment. So when you are, is it specifically on the guidance, like what Allah said here? Say, I ask of you for it, no payment. When any Muslim is guiding someone, right? Religious scholar, someone who's more, is a religious scholar, more knowledgeable than I am or any other Muslim. So he should say, I ask of you for it, no payment. It is not but a reminder for the world. Some Muslims would take it like this, to take the whole ayat. Those are the ones whom Allah has guided. So from their guidance, take an example. When they say, I ask of you for it, although even the Sunni Sahih International has not written this, but some Muslims would take it like this. See, no, there's a full stop here. To follow then their way? No. Yeah, there's no, look, Maududi, right? And say, like, on this follow their way. And say, I ask of you no reward for carrying on this mission. It is merely an admonition to all mankind. Oh, goodness. So, you may think the Quran has guided you, Muslims may, like Umar said, the Quran is enough. So, those following Umar bin Khattab would say the Quran is enough for us. We don't even now need the hadiths, the sayings, and the sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, right? And then there are some Muslims saying, no, in this, that you have to take the sunnah, and even showing you the Quran ayat that goes against what they are saying. The Quran only are saying. A Quran ayat I could show you, and the Muslim. So there are many problems like this, right? But here in this Quran ayat, look at the way it's put, right? Some Muslims might take it, can you blame them? I ask. I could go blue in the face with those Muslims who take it as saying that follow their guidance, meaning we can be guides too after we have received this book as guidance, right? And this is enough. And now we've become religious scholars and we know better than you, Muslims, some Muslims, like better than some Muslims. So the only thing is that we're not supposed to ask any reward for it. Guide them. Anyone can be like Abraham and all this. And then we have to explain to them, no, this, you see, Allah's, no, where does Allah start? So here, because you have to see the previous ayat. See, there are so many misunderstandings. Even Muslims have not gotten it. Some Muslims, and everyone thinks they've got it. So many contradictions. That's why. So for some, we have to go like, if you haven't taken it like this, then you read this side. These were the men to whom we gave the book and authority and prophethood. Are you the men whom Allah has given the book? Yes, right? You are the men whom Allah has given the book. And authority also, yeah, Muslims in authority. Oh, Allah and the Messenger and those in authority among yourselves. So some Muslims would take that ayat to mean it's not only the Imam in authority, like chosen by Allah, like Abraham was, but any Muslim ruler, leader, or a religious scholar can become authority among yourselves, unless he goes against the book and the against the messenger of Allah, then it would be wrong to follow his authority. Right? And then coming back to this side, so if these, so, but you're not made the prophet, right? They were given prophethood. Oh, but now the Sunnis or some Muslims could say, no, the we were given the prophethood, like the Bani Israel were given prophethood. Moses was given the book, the light, and prophethood, and favored. And you know, like that. So it's very difficult. Allah has made it so difficult. It's not, if Allah hadn't made it difficult, just made it very clear, then we don't have to explain it to each and every Muslim who contradicts, like the way it's, they contradict each other and have been since 1400 years. It becomes really difficult. And if these reject them, behold, we okay, so no, it's our Arabs. We were given, we also were given prophethood. Our Arab Prophet Muhammad was given prophethood. Would say, and authority is not Imam only. Authority is those authority among yourselves, whom Allah has not chosen, but they themselves make themselves authority. Shia say no, Allah taking another Quran ayat and Imam and all this. So it gets really complicated to explain for me now, right now. All these contradictions have remained amongst the Muslims against their own each other. Muslims. Those are the ones, schools of thought and all. Those are the ones whom Allah has guided. Oh yeah. So previously, I was adamant on this. Look, Sunnis, Shia, Shias I don't have to convince because they've taken this verse. I was showing the Sunnis and the other Muslims, right? Only their guidance. They ask of you for it, okay, like this. And yeah, so this problem we still have. And the Muslims, amongst the Muslims, haven't been sorted out. What else did I find in Surah Anam? So, okay, so I had to give a rest to this, and they did not appraise Allah with true appraisal. When they said Allah did not reveal to a human being anything, they said Allah did not reveal to a human being anything. Say, who revealed the scripture that Moses brought? Is Allah replying to? If they are saying no human being, Allah, who was Moses? Moses was a human being. Why is Allah now replying like the Jews would reply to someone? They say Allah did not reveal to a human being anything. Say, okay. So now Allah is taking the Jewish prophet, which the Christians also, but now the Messiah, since the Messiah has come, the rest of the prophets are not important anymore, right? For the Christians, but it's in their Old Testament. Moses was a prophet. So now why is Allah replying to these people as if he's replying to they may not even be Jews. They may not even believe in, they are saying not Allah did not reveal to a human being anything. They are not even Jews, right? How is Allah replying to them as if he, you know, as if a Jew would reply to them? And that would be unfair, right? Unreasonable, irrational, illogical. We see this. He is finished. I have to, oh goodness. So, see, who revealed the scripture that Moses brought as light and guidance to the people? Who revealed it? They're not Jews. Are they Jews? Questioning like this? Would Jews question like this? No. So here, your Allah has, the Muslim Allah has done another kapla, like, blunder in replying like this. See, who revealed the scripture? They're saying, forget the scripture. They're saying not, Allah did not reveal to a human being anything. No human being means maybe to them it's like they're atheists, they don't believe in any scripture, they don't believe in any prophet. Or maybe they would say that Allah only revealed through angels or himself being, coming down as an angel or something. To them. To human being anything? Is he? It's a human being. Oops, it's jumped. Okay, let me see this human being, right? Oh my God, it jumps. Taking time, sorry. So now on Surah 6, Ayat 91. And what more does Allah say? You need to see this. Surah 6, Ayat 91. In Surah 6, Ayat 91. To put it properly in English. Now, human being. Basharin. Human being. Allah did not reveal to a human being anything, they're saying. Then Allah is replying to them, telling them that this book that he revealed to Moses and the light and guidance for the people, right? Now you go back to Surah 6, Quran only and all this. So, but can you be the guides still? When Moses is present, you can't be the guide, right? At least know this much. Now you see those Muslims, they don't have anyone, but they would just choose authority from amongst themselves. Whereas the Shias have their imams in occultation, the 12 Shias, but they have their imam on earth. Like he has to be on earth to keep the earth on justice, otherwise it would collapse. So, anyways, what then? Revealed the book which brought it Musa as a light and guidance. Yeah. Now, during the time of Musa, oh, so now going back to Surah, that ayat where some Muslims say that we can be guides too, just not take reward for any any guidance that we give to our Muslims or anyone, right? Anyways, so here is another contradiction upon contradiction. The Shias can even explain to them, no, no, see here, when Musa was alive, no one else could guide them for the people. So Musa needed to be there, the book needed to be there, the light needed to be there, the guidance needed to be there for the people. For the people. You make it into parchments. Qaratisa. Qaratisa. Now, what is this? Now Allah is blaming the Jews that they made this into qaratisa. What is qarat? What is qarat? Is it reading? It could be reading, or it could be, is it parchments? Into parchments? Like you disclose some of it and you conceal of. Now he's gone on to even blame the Jews after Prophet, like Musa has left them or something, I don't know. For the people, you make. Now the Jews, you make it. Yani you've made it, or now you make it into qarat. So look at the word qarat. Was it for their recitation? Qarat would come from recitation, right? Not reading. Or reading. Is it parchments? Into bits and pieces, they say. Allah means. You were taught, and that which you knew, wait a minute, make it into pages. You Jews make it into pages. I don't think you're supposed to write. So some Muslims would say, like the Ismailis, you're not supposed to, because that ayat, Quran ayat says, don't put this in writing, whatever has come, revelation to Prophet Muhammad. Otherwise, you'll go to hell or something. But is really a qaratisa part from qarat meaning reciting? Is it, does it mean pages? Into pages. Disclosing it and concealing much, and you were taught that which you knew not. Neither, yeah, okay, this is that. The Jews were taught also what they knew not. Neither you nor your fathers. Say Allah, then Allah, say Allah. And then there's a plus, full stop here. Meaning Allah revealed it. My goodness. Then leave them in their discourse, amusing themselves. Excuse me, Maria Elsa. I'm. What do you mean? May Allah guide you, sister. You are not an ex-Muslim. This is your opinion about me. It holds. And don't you think I had a Shia mother? So don't you think her prayers would have been more weighty than yours? Huh? So sorry. Thank you for this. May Allah. But how many has Allah guided? Please tell me. In Islam, huh? As Muslims, how many has Allah guided? Even His chosen ones have been doing zulm. Some of them, right? Even the chosen ones. See, Allah, forget that Allah guide you. Even guide, belief in Allah is not enough. Maria, Elsa, please bear with me. So thank you for the, may Allah guide you, sister. Thank you for even calling me sister. You are not an ex-Muslim. That I know what I am, right? So you have jumped to the wrong assumption, conclusion about me. Sorry. Please correct yourself, right? Another thing is just for a little while, just pay attention to this, right? I will, oh, you see, tell me, what is this? Allah has chosen these people, and so from His chosen ones are some who are zalim. from Allah's chosen ones, Surah 35 ayat 32. We chose. Now, some of them wronged themselves. You know what this phrase means? It will take time to explain, like showing you from the Quran ayats only, step by step. So then we bequeath the book to those of our servants that we chose. This is istafa, istafa. But here it's like istafayna. Allah failed to guide his chosen ones, that they do zulm on themselves. These are the chosen ones from among the chosen ones of Allah. So correction on irtada. Also, I checked Surah Jinn ayat, approved or chosen, irtada. So from that irtada, so Imam Ali, the Shia say that murtada, al-murtada, the approved one. Yeah, so it's not from murtad, the killer of the murtads. Murtada means the approved one from Allah. So Allah uses the word irtada in Surah Jinn ayah. You can check which ayah it is, the approved ones. Now here he said chosen ones of Allah, right? And this problem, even among the chosen ones of Allah, they can they have wronged themselves. Some of them wronging themselves. So Maria Elsa, wouldn't it be better that if we were not the chosen ones, but we at least, okay, you would wish that you were here, but who knows? You could be from some of them wronging themselves from this group, right? Even though chosen by Allah, and some who are foremost in goodness, acts of goodness, and some are at mediocres. So just imagine, right? If you were a disbeliever in this, and you would say we are not guided, but at least we have what? We haven't done zulm on ourselves, being chosen by Allah, being chosen by Allah, doing zulm on ourselves. A group from that group. What's the use of being chosen by Allah and doing zulm on ourselves? So this, right? And then there's more in the Shia. Let me show you. In okay. So where did I go now? I went to look at this. Oh Allah, these are my Ahl al-Bayt, very special. Is this Surah 33 ayat? Allah says that He purified the Ahl al-Bayt, right? In Surah 33 ayat 33. So these are the ones you're supposed to follow, not those whom Allah has chosen who even go against themselves, according to the Shia, right? So now see what the problem. Even the purified ones of Allah, have they earned any merit or credit? Can they give credit to themselves? Any striving in the cause of Allah? Even Yusuf couldn't strive against his soul. Allah had to have mercy on him. Surah Yusuf, ayat 53. Now you see the Shias here, they have to come here and say, they have to make Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein the purified ones. Stay in your houses was violated by Aisha when she went to Iraq to organize a mischievous campaign against Ali, about whom the Holy Prophet said, "O Ali, you are to me as Harun was to Musa. You are my brother in this world and the hereafter." And anyways, Ali was a caliph of the Muslims at that time, not only the Ali was not a caliph of the Shias. Ali was an imam of the Shias, the first imam. Right? So all this goes on. And so we thoroughly, first Allah talks about the wives of the Prophet here in Surah 33 at 33. and stay in your houses and do not display your finery. The women of the Prophet Muhammad, your finery like the displaying of the ignorance of your, and keep up prayer and pay the poor rate and obey Allah and His Messenger. Allah only, now Allah has turned. So what do they say? Allah only on this part, the Shias. Allah only desires to keep away the uncleanness from you, O people of the house, and to purify you of purifying, thorough purifying, right? Here it's thorough purifying. Have they earned it? Because there are Muslims who can, who are told Allah purifies you in Surah Ma'idah 6. Barely intends to keep off from you uncleanness, O Ahl al Bayt, and purify you. Here is the head of, okay, so say the Prophet came out of the house of Aisha and all this, and the head of evil, he said, bent of blanket, what is it? Tirmidhi ibn Jarir Tabari, Tirmidhi ibn Jarir Tabari, Hakim, and Tibrani have related from Salma that these are the Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein. It regards them, this ayat, this part of the ayat al-Tathir, it's called, refers only to the Holy Prophet. So Allah had to purify them thoroughly, even the Holy Prophet. When he's speaking about the Ahl al-Bayt, and the Ahl al-Bayt should be his, what? The house of Allah. So it means Holy Prophet Ali, Fatima, Hassan, and Hussein. No wife of his is included. From the Sunni side, they also give the other Muslim side from the Muslim sources that this only regards Prophet Muhammad, Ali, Fatima, Hassan, Hussein. Some commentators report this tradition through Aisha, who says that this event took place in her house, as two wives of the Holy Prophet have confirmed, and they both were not given the permission by the Holy Prophet to come under the blanket. So they could never be described as Ahl al-Bayt. Talabi reports. Now they give all these reports from the other Islamic sources, the Shias have. What else is there? Imama implies determined decision or will of Allah, although the decision of a created being may not take effect at all, but the will of Allah takes immediate effect. There cannot be a slightest gap of time or space in the will of Allah taking effect. When He commands, be, it becomes. Refer to Surah Baqarah ayat 117, Surah Nahl ayat 40, Maral, Maral, ayat 35, I don't know. Surah Maryam, ayat 35, maybe. Made a mistake here, so sorry. And can't make out. Surah Yasin, ayat 83, and all this. Then will of Allah, but declaration of its effect. It is not only the will of Allah, but the declaration of its effect. Since Allah has declared, I thoroughly purify you, meaning Allah intended to thoroughly purify the Ahl Bayt, Allah's will takes immediate force. And they also remain thoroughly purified forever. The prayer of Ibrahim, Surah 127 and Surah Baqarah 127 and 129 is prayed to continue the excellence in themselves and in their descendants, mentioned in Surah Baqarah 124. Again, we come to 124, Surah Baqarah 124 about the imamat. But remember, Allah even made Pharaoh and all, those imams who invite people to the fire. That ayat. The purity in this verse is absolute purity. Polytheism, shirk, is described in the Quran as impurity and also the greatest iniquity. Refer to Surah Luqman ayat 13. Polytheism. But there's polytheism in Islam. I showed you through Quran ayats. Surah also, who is with Allah? Surah Takwir ayat 19 to 20. Right? So I don't know, Mariah, Elsa. Ah, where, the Muslims have failed. Allah has failed the Muslims to guide them. He has failed his chosen servants, please, far from guidance. Okay? Now, Surah Baqarah ayat 1 to 4 about Imamat and Ibrahim. That's also, Ibrahim was chosen, but I tell you the same thing. If someone makes them Imams, then cannot be, they can't choose to be otherwise, right? If Allah chooses them to be Imams, then they can't choose otherwise. And in another surah, Allah says, I have chosen, I made them Imams, making them Imams. They cannot then be otherwise. And I showed you the word ja'ala or ja'alaka or ja'alna, all. They cannot then choose, be made otherwise, even by their own will. Like this, if Allah intends to purify someone, they are purified. Immediate effect. So all companions of okay, they try to explain the verb yuridu, sorry. Aka Mehdi Puya says his commentary on this. The uncleanness, Ahlul Bayt has been mentioned to explain the pronoun unkum from you. Grammatical structure of the word. Okay, sorry, a little bit. I'll be making, I'm trying to, I'm not very well, not prepared for this completely. So the verb yuridu implies that the continuous will or intention of Allah is his creative will, right? Or intention, not legislative. To interpret the will as the legislative will, as in Surah Ma'idah 6, distorts the whole fabric of the verse and renders meaningless the exclusive particle and the constructional arrangement. Even then, it means that only the Ahlul Bayt exclusively achieve the standard. How come? Why? Let's see Surah Ma'idah at 6. Why this kind of a favoritism and just given to them? Because the believers here are told in Surah Ma'idah, and Yuridu is used, right? Surah Ma'idah 6. So if the believers are supposed to do all these things to be purified by Allah, or you have believed when you rise to prayer, wash your faces and your forearms to the elbows and wipe over your heads and wash your feet to the ankles. And if you are in a state of janaba, then purify yourselves. But if you are ill or on a journey, or one of you comes from the place of relieving himself, or you have contacted women and do not find water, then seek clean earth and wipe over your faces and hands with it. This is the wudu and all, right? Before praying. And even after so purify yourself when after you've had you've gone, purify yourself, are in a state of janaba, that, you've had that thing in sex or something with your wives, and so wives also with their husbands. Then purify yourselves. And if you are ill or on a journey, all this I read out, and what else? And if you do not find water, then seek clean earth and wipe over your faces and hands with it. So if you do not find water, then find clean earth, right? To do the wudu with, or clean yourself whenever you feel in janaba, if you are in janaba or what. Allah does not intend to make difficulty for you, but He intends to purify you and complete His favor upon you, that you may be grateful. When Allah says here, yuridu, to purify you, yuridu, He intends. But you have to do all these things Whereas whereas these Prophet Muhammad, he didn't have to do janaba. He did in janaba. He didn't, according to I think the hadiths, and Ali also didn't have to wash himself, have a bath after having going into their wives and women and all. But anyways, I'm not sure about that if it's in the Shia or Sunni um, hadith is sources, but I've read it anyhow. But now Allah could have purified them like He purified the Ahlul Bayt, Ali, Prophet Muhammad, Ali, Fatima, Hassan, Hussein, with a thorough purification. Because yes, Surah 33, Ayat 33 says, moreover, not only purify, but thoroughly purify. That he ran, right? That Tathira, Tathira, وَيُطَهِّرَكُمْ, to purify you with a thorough purification. Thorough. But for the Muslim believers, he just stops at this, and this is they have to keep doing this all the time to purify themselves. Surah Maida at 6. How fair is this, right? What merit have the Ahlul Bayt earned that they should be purified with thorough purification and not the believers? Allah only says about the believers, and if Aka Medipuya, since sorry, Aka Medipuya said yuridu means continue. Wait a minute. The verb yuridu implies that the continuous will or intention of Allah is His creative will or intention, not legislative. So why shouldn't it have continuous will? Hmm. So could we say that for the believers, he could have just purified them, intending to purify them. Like Allah puts yuridu here. Allah does not intend to, but He intends to purify you. But what He's missed is thoroughly purify for the believers. And this purification, if yuridu means continuous, here yuridu is used. So why do the Muslims all the time, believers, washing your faces when you rise to perform prayer? Wash your faces and your forehead all the time like this. When you could have just in one strike go continuous, like for the Ahlul Bayt. It's continuous. Now whether they have, they don't do this before prayer, don't wash their faces, this, that, no need. They're continuous. They're purified. So please see this, Maria Elsa. Thank you for being here. And what makes you think I'm not an ex-Muslim? Although it's not important to me, but I'm just wondering, curious, why you would say this. And moreover, we learn where else? Okay, the verse reference. So this yuridu implies that the continuous will. So it means the Ahlul Bayt, on the Ahlul Bayt, Surah 33 at 33, is continuous, right? Continuously purified. When Al-Aqamedi Puya is explaining this about the Ahlul Bayt, and Allah's intention in this continuous will means they are continuously, forever purified, like the earlier, in the earlier commentary, Shia commentary from the some Ali commentary. Now Aka Medipuya. So we found that yuridu means continuously purified by Allah. These Ahlul Bayt. Why not the believers when he's used the same word? A technical thing. Yuridu. And moreover, this is not technical. Like, what have the Ahlul Bayt earned to gain a thorough purification? Purify you with a thorough purification. Have they earned anything here? Were they tested with what? What makes them above the believers that they earn this from Allah, being thoroughly purified with a thorough purification? And the believers don't earn this. Huh? So this also a question to be asked. The event of the revelation, this verse, Jabir ibn Abdullah Ansari, I'm not feeling well, and oh, this is Hadith Kissa, the Yemeni, and anything else we need to know, Ali, in the name of the truthful prophet. Okay, so going to Surah Maida, now where did I go in multilingual Quran? Hmm? Let me something else in the Shia commentary. So it is confirmed that there's no change or modification in the principle and method of appointing his vicegerent. Verily, we have shown him the right way. Just bear with me, please. Ru and all these angels are obedient, becoming to an angel. I didn't. Through Adam, the angels became acquainted with the glory of the glorious beings. When Adam, at the command of Allah, stated the names, qualities, and symbols of those highest beings, whose collective and comprehensive status can be termed as wisdom personified. Wisdom personified. The angels witnessed the glory of the infinite power and wisdom. This is on now. This is where this is on Surah Baqarah 33, right? So this is about this. Sorry, I've come to this. I was on another praised one. Sorry, this is on Surah Baqarah 33. I'm looking for Surah. Is it Surah Maida? Oh, okay, I've lost it. Sorry. The infidels in general, the Jews particular, went so far in the perversity to deny the gifts. This is on Surah 6 ayat. I want to show you where it says that just believing in Allah, of course, all Muslims should know this, right? Just believing in Allah doesn't make you a Muslim believer. So, Mariah, also, I've shown you, even the chosen servants of Allah can be zalim. Man more often fails to have a clear view. Not desire. Oh, can't find that. Oh God, where is it? Obedience to Allah's law sums up all duties. Regular prayer and regular charity are mentioned, especially symbolical of the religion of Allah, Islam. The first command in this was stay in your houses was violated. Also, where? Maybe below I read it somewhere. I can't. Where did I see it? I went only by believing in Allah. Your sphere of creation believe you. Can't find it. What Mubarak means? This is a book which we are okay. This can't find it. Sorry. Mere good deeds without the no, sorry, it's this. I was wrong. Sorry, I'm going to correct myself by reading this. Under Surah 6 at 88, Shia commentary, Puya Ali commentary. Mere good deeds without the essential belief in Allah are useless. Oh, see, even if you do good deeds, Mariah Elsa, without the essential belief in Allah are useless. The prophets of Allah never associated anyone with Allah because they knew that even the highest form of good conduct would have. So even if I'm guided by Allah, right, or even chosen by Allah, I could be a zalim to myself. I could fall into that category of group who are chosen by Allah but zalim to themselves. And it has a wide connotation meaning. It could mean that I could harm others also by being a chosen one of Allah. What kind of guidance is this then by Allah? Please tell me. And Allah guide us? Allah doesn't guide us directly. He always sends prophets to guide us. If we read the Quran, Surah Anam, ayat 90, like that, like the Shia, take it. You get it? So your prayer, you are wasting your time praying that may Allah may Allah guide you, right? Muslims have got all this wrong. And who are you to say, please? It is not important for me but what you say here about me. When you say something about me that I'm not an ex-Muslim, uh, are you going to run other people's life? You sound like a, person. What you think about others, what is your opinion about others, is and I'm saying I'm an ex-Muslim. Now, like your Allah, would you call me a hypocrite? They say that we want peace, but they don't want peace. They this and that. Anyways, look at the guidance. The chosen servants of Allah, some of them have, right? But if you have taken the trouble and the time to still be here, Moriah, right? Sorry. But see, I said respectful, but if you're dishonest, I will remove you. I will ban you. Kiran Shakil dash G2X. Now you are from Pakistan and you have changed your name into a Christian name or Western European name. See, this is the things they do. Kiran Shakil. Sorry, excuse me, I don't mean any copyrights, but I've come here to show you the comment of Mariah Elsa. And change, why do you have to change your name? Go to channel at Kiran Shakil dash Kiran Shakil. For goodness sakes. I don't understand. Why he or she, Kiran, sister, look. You are female or male, are still here or not? She has given her, he has given her opinion, she or he. Okay, about me. That you are not an ex-Muslim. What to think really? What am I then? Sorry, sister, Are you a Muslim? Huh? Can you say you are a Muslim, a believer? So when you can't see about yourself, how can you tell others? Are you sure you are a Muslim? Allah will take you as a Muslim in the end, or a believer? Because Muslims are less than believers. And I don't want to go into that now. That's the ABCD ayat, right? That the Sunnis have still not got. And they tell the Shias they've divided themselves, they should call themselves Muslims, right? So I was telling them, Salahuddin, when Salahuddin came here, that if you call yourself believers, then you are above the Muslims. Allah has divided you in this category, right? So just calling yourself Muslims, where do you stand? You stand with these Baduans, Baduans. So this also. Quran ayat is there. I showed you. I showed Salahuddin. Now, so we've gone to the multilingual Quran, and I made a mistake here. I said essential. I said not even belief in Allah is enough. No, without the essential belief in Allah, your good deeds are useless. Actually, right? So there could be Westerners, non-Muslims who, because there's a lot against the UK has become like Islamic, right? So Muslims giving Muslims problems is like so many things. Okay, my mind is bombarded. The reason why I'm saying Westerners because they're not Muslims, right? Most of them, and now they're becoming Muslims. They're being forced. Sorry, they're being forced. So I could go to their country, non-Muslim country, and enjoy myself. Such good deeds. I'm so safe in London when I was in my childhood, and even when I went alone there for my studies, feeling safe, secure, free, not being judged too harshly. You know, like our people, our Pakistani Muslims, Arab Muslims, by them, by our family members, and they thought I was some queen. Oh, sorry, princess. Right? Some of them in my hostel called me princess also. So this, oh God. So doing good deeds are useless without the essential belief in Allah. Sorry, I said like you can believe in Allah, but that is also not enough. Yeah, that ayat is surah because you could be a mushrik. You could believe in Allah and be a mushrik. And that is, sorry, excuse me, that's an unforgivable sin or unforgivable deed in Islam, according to Quran ayats, right? All know this. Unforgivable. So on Surah 12, ayat 106, Allah says, so before I go there, and if I forget to go there, sorry, Surah 12, ayat 106, most of them who believe in Allah are mushriks. But here, your mere good deeds, they're saying like mere good deeds, and the Muslims, the believers, evil will be wiped out and some dhanb, sins forgiven. Okay? And immorality also, some side forgiven. So Muslims can give us our apostates, Western non-Muslims a hard time, do zulm on us, wiped out. Evil deeds will be wiped out. But the non-Muslims' good deeds are useless because Islam says without the essential belief in Allah. Like, I had to refrain from telling myself that what do you have to lose to do good, or, for good sake, do good. And I was like, no, but I don't think my later on I realized that, oh, my religion doesn't allow this. For, that for Allah's sake, do good. And if you're going to do good for goodness sake, useless. We see what kind of a religion is this. And then you're told if zulm is done on you, and if you don't take action to get yourself even out of the zulm, when the angels take the souls of these humans and ask these believers even, right? Oh, how are you on earth? They say, we were oppressed. The angels say, go to hell. You will be sent to hell. Why didn't you help yourselves? Why didn't you get yourselves out of the zone? So where is that? This ayat. Surah, the angels taking souls ask how were was your stay or oh, how were you on earth? Quran. Let's see what word Allah has used here, zulm or some other. Surah Nisa 97. Is it? Indeed, those whom take them in death, the angels, they were while wronging zalim against themselves. And for here also against themselves, they say in what? I found another contradiction against Surah 4, ayat 97. And Surah Fatih, ayah 32. Please, you think you are guided being a Muslim, but you're not guided. Look, where has Allah guided you? I wish I was like Christian Prince. I could calmly, coolly show you ayats upon ayats, hadiths upon hadiths, that you are not guided. You are misguided to no end. So here Allah is saying contradiction also. Indeed, those whom they chosen ones of Allah, there's a group from among the chosen ones of Allah who do zulm against themselves. So indeed, those whom the malaika take while they were wronging themselves, zulm, zalim. They say, in what condition were you? They said, we were oppressed. Here it says, we were oppressed. So since they were oppressed, they were doing zulm on themselves. Zalim anfusahim. Right? Oh, zalimi anfusahim. Because they were oppressed. Mustadafina. Mustadafina. Or mustadafina or mustadafina. Right? I think it's sounds like he's saying Q. It's mustadafina. Okay, oppressed. This is oppression. But zalim, wronging themselves because they were oppressed. Okay, now themselves, they say, in what condition were you? They said, we were oppressed in the earth, al-ardi. On earth, we were oppressed. Whoever was oppressing them, right? But they have wronged themselves in the earth. They said, not was the earth of Allah. The angels said, meaning, no, not was the earth of Allah spacious, that you do hijrat, you move out of that earth or that place where you are being oppressed, right? So that you could emigrate in it, then there will be abode hell. In hell, it is an evil destination. So now, the chosen ones of Allah who have oppressed themselves, where will they be? Where will they be taken to? Hell. Surah Nisa ayat 97 and Surah Fatir, Ayat 32. Please save yourselves. Please don't invite people to this religion and pray like this. For me, this is the worst prayer now I can. May Allah guide you. Falti Salah. Then we cause to inherit the book, those whom we have chosen. Istafaina. Can you hear this? Allah says those istafaina of our servants, our slaves. Ibadina, meaning our worshippers or our slaves or our servants. And among them, ibadat, what does ibadah mean? Okay, devotion to Allah, worship of Allah, worship. Oh, sorry, ibadah means devotion, worship, or both. And so, thus, if you become slaves, and among them, who is and among them, among these whom Allah has chosen, given a book, not only that, but Allah Himself has chosen Al Mustafa, who Prophet Muhammad's title from this Istafaina. Allah has chosen Istafa, Mustafa. Allah, the chosen one of Allah, right? Chosen one of Allah. Trying to open something. Sorry, excuse me. Just a minute, please. Just a moment. So they are zalim, right? They're doing zulm on themselves. Where are they going if they don't stop? So among them, and what the Shia have been told about this ayat, it's ridiculous. Like they jump here, they say it's the followers, and they're foremost. They jump to because maybe they say Surah Waqia explains, or here they say these foremost are the Ahlul Bayt, but these are from the progeny. Here they say the progeny of Ahlul Bayt. No, progeny. Yeah, it's Prophet Muhammad and the progeny of Prophet Muhammad who have been who inherited the book and were the chosen, right? But look, have they forgotten our slaves from among them? Even from this, then if you say it's the progeny, or it's Prophet Muhammad and the progeny of Prophet Muhammad, then among them are slaves. Who is he? Who? Zalimun, who wrongs himself. Zalim, li nafsihi, his nafs. And here it's written in plural. The Surah Nisa 97, right? The zalim themselves, wrong themselves. The angels take those who wrong themselves. Now they could be from this group, right? Chosen servants of Allah or chosen slaves of Allah. See? You see it? Chosen from among them, who is he who wrongs himself. Is he who wrongs himself? Zalim. So if they die now wronging themselves without having correct, Allah just says that he wrongs himself. So if he dies wronging himself, where is he going? The chosen servant of Allah or the chosen slave of Allah. Where is he going? If he dies, death can come anytime, right? And the angels say to those who have been wronging themselves, sorry, not believers, wronging themselves, they say, in what condition were you? They said we were oppressed. And they were oppressed actually. But Allah says they were wronging themselves because they didn't do hijrat, hajj, emigrate. Oh my God, what not contradictions upon contradictions. irrational. Moreover, such Allah has been very, very unfair to the believers also, who are not thoroughly purified like the Ahlul Bayt. And now this. So this chosen servant of Allah who is doing zulm on himself is going where? Going where? Step by step. He's going. Why did you not emigrate in it? Even though someone else could be oppressing you, or a land, people in the land, they were oppressed. Someone else oppressing them, but doing zulm on themselves. Why were they? Because they did not, so that you could emigrate in it. Then those they will be there will have abode in hell. Right? Jahannam and Jahannam. Jahannamu in hell. Jahannam. It is an evil destination. What an evil destination. So Allah has been so unfair to the chosen. He says, chosen, some of his who are doing zulm on themselves, or the one from the chosen one from him who is doing zulm on himself, where will he be? Taking this ayat, Surah 4, ayat 97, in hell, and what an evil destination. So Allah, this means, how did Allah even guide his one that he has chosen, his chosen one? Maria, Elsa, please see this. She's gone, or he's gone. Maria sounds like yeah. Please see this. I don't like to be rude with, but females. Ooh, what more is there? So this, I think, is enough correction, and Allah only wishes to remove uncleanness from your members of the household and to purify you completely. In Surah 6, Ayat 91, Allah has not revealed anything to any man. I did this. So I took you to the Shia commentary on this, right? Surah 33, Ayat 33. And then look, which you keep in bits and scraps, and some of which you disclose. Now, would the Jews be saying that Allah did not send, revealing anything to any man? Allah never revealed anything. Allah has not revealed anything to any man at that time or all times. Hmm? If they had said Allah has not revealed anything to any man at any time, what are they saying, the Jews? Because is it the Jews saying it also? Surah 6 at 91. And what is this? Qarat Isa. Qarat Isa. Sorry, Qarat Isa. This word. Did they have, like, did the Jews have only to recite their book? Only, or to read their book? Because their book was written. Allah gave Musa, God, sorry, excuse me, in the Bible, sorry, Old Testament, Allah, no, sorry, not Allah, Yahweh, I am who I am. So the Ten Commandments, Allah wrote, oh, sorry, God wrote with this, sorry, command. I make these mistakes. I've heard this. God wrote with his finger. Is this Bible? Is this like metaphorical, or really this actually happened in reality? Exodus 31 verse 18, where it is said that God wrote the 10 commandments on tablets of stone with his own finger. Now, this also, you see, it's Surah 6, Ayat 91, against the Jews. Again, reading the ayat, they did not form any proper estimate of Allah when they said Allah has not revealed anything to any man, meaning ever. Because why would Allah go to Moses? Ask them, the book which Moses brought as a light and guidance for men. And, and it's not, I don't think the Jews are saying this or the Christians, the Kitab are saying this. So what an answer. Please, if you think this Allah is going to guide us, for God help you. If you believe that, I would say, I don't only pray, but I work to take you out of this. That you believe that Allah is guiding you, and you are praying to others for others that Allah should guide them. What guidance is this? This is terrible. This is satanic, evil guidance. This Allah I've proved is evil, fake, satanic, Satan. And Satan is a friend of his. Or they're both the two sides of the coin, Allah and Satan. Even Satan believes in Allah, right? Allah has not revealed anything to you. You keep this in bits and scraps. What does actually, so many, some say parchments, some say what, bits and scraps. Allah gave the 10 commandments written by his finger on the tablet. Now, other scriptures, no, he didn't give, but the 10 commandments he gave to Musa. And this is not even an answer should be given like this to these people who say Allah has not revealed anything to any man. Could the Jews say this? Could the Christians say this? Before the Messiah came, the Christians were Jews who believed in these, right? Or these must be those who are atheists, completely atheists, like atheists, who don't have script, don't believe in scripture or anything. Then bits and pieces. God knows what this qarat, this comes from recital, but they also use it as reading. So you have, moreover, he's blaming his Allah, Prophet Muhammad's Allah is blaming the Jews for going on blaming the Jews. This is too much. A terrible thing. Unjust. Conceal, even though through it you were taught that which neither you nor your forefathers knew. Who is it who revealed it? Who is it that revealed the book of Moses? God did. Moses. My goodness. God even gave the 10 Commandments to Moses, writing it with his finger on the tablet. So this is, where is this coming from? Surah 6 ayat 91. And if this Allah you believe is guiding the people, the Muslims, for 1400 years, oh dear sister, you are, where have you gone? So please, I'm trying to, please see this, please, Mariah, Elsa, please see this. It's terrible. This is not the true Allah. And where is guidance? So I showed you what else? Correction. Surah Fatir also, we chose from now. Maududi says now. From among some of them, from among them, meaning these chosen servants or slaves of Allah, are those, or is he who wrongs himself, right? ظالمون, ظالمون, لنفسه, who wrongs his nafs. This is singular form. But this like a group of people Allah has chosen, my goodness, and has given the book. And where are they going if they don't get out of this, stop doing this? Chosen. Please, this should be enough. The chosen servants of Allah doing dhulm. And where are these ones going? In hell fire. A terrible destiny. What does Allah say? Keep forgetting. Surah Nisa ayat 97. Evil was evil destination. They're going in the evil destination. Okay? Now I think I have to lower my voice because it's very late. I should have done it at earlier on, half an hour or so earlier. Now you see this. Thank God for this Arabic, Quran.com. Indeed, those whom in death take them, the angels, they were while wronging themselves. أنفسهم ظالمي ظالم ظالمي أنفسهم. They say in what? The angels say in what were you? They said, قالوا, we were oppressed for whatever reason. Moreover, they were oppressed and they weren't doing anything, right? You can read the next ayat. Those who take themselves out of this oppression would not be doing zulm on themselves. They will stop doing zulm on themselves and they will go to heaven. But these ones are doing zulm on themselves because they're oppressed, maybe by another in the land, and they didn't do anything to get themselves out of this oppression, right? Not was the So Allah tells them, not was the earth of Allah spacious enough? The angels tell them, not was the earth of Allah spacious enough so that you could emigrate, do hijrat, like Prophet Muhammad did from Makkah to Medina, Yathrib actually, to Yathrib. In it, then those in it, so that you could emigrate in it, in the spacious earth that Allah has provided for you, meaning then those there will have abode, will have their abode, will have their abode in hell. And it is an evil, and we know Sa is evil, meaning for sure, destination. Masira. Okay? Indeed, those whom the angels take while wronging themselves, the angels will say, what were you? They will say, we were oppressed in the land. Now, this is one way of oppressing yourself, is that being in the land where you're oppressed. they will say, was not the earth of Allah spacious? Like, it seems they were oppressed in this land, the land was oppressing them, or the people of the land were oppressing them. Was not the earth of Allah spacious for you to emigrate therein? For those, their refuge is hell, and evil it is as a destination. Sahih International Translation of Surah Nisa ayat 97. Comparing it with Surah Fatir ayat 32. The chosen slaves or servants of Allah who do zulm on them, on their souls, or who does zulm on his soul, lenafsi. And this is plural for nafs. Anfusehim, doing zulm on themselves. Forget guidance, Mariah Elsa. All this, so Allah is saying, even my chosen servant, right? There's among my chosen servant who does zulm on himself. And where will he end up? Do you think he will be saved? According to Surah Nisa at 97, his destination is hell, and it is his abode is hell, and this his destination is this is an evil destination, right? Or no? Or oh, but according to the Shia commentary on Surah Fatir at 32, what is like I showed you? Oh, so let's not go back where I showed you in my previous live stream. Is Allah fair? See how fair Allah is. According to Shia commentary on this ayat. Surah Fatir 35, ayat 32. So we gave the book for an inheritance. Oh, where shall I start? Some are unjust to themselves. Akam says, some are unjust to themselves, some are the foremost in all that is good by Allah's permission. From this, it is obvious that the last book of Allah is inherited in the same lineage, but only by those of the third category. Only by the, okay, who have been, I have a problem, I showed you, there's a problem here too. Identified as the Al Bayt in Surah Azab 33 and further identified. Where does it say that everyone related those in third category, the foremost in goodness, would enter paradise without any demand of their account? Those in the second category, following the middle course, would have to render account, and then they will be admitted to paradise. Those in the third category, going way back, first the one who does zulm on himself in this ayat, Surah Fatir at 32, those in the third, those are, they're talking about the third category, the first ones mentioned, right? Who make the soul suffer will also be admitted to paradise. But later, meaning after being punished in hell and their abode, and by sending them, putting them in hell, but later will go to paradise. What kind of an Allah does this? Okay, like he's a good Allah, he's just, you may say. Looking at just the ones who have oppressed themselves, later they will go to paradise. But after being what? Punished by Allah, right? Forbidding evil. doing zulm. So, but here, Surah Nisa ayat 97, we are told they will go to, they will abide. Their abode is hell, and it's an evil destination. We're not told it's forever. We're not told, but they're going to hell, and we're not told they're going to be put in paradise after being punished in hell. But except for the oppressed among men, women, these are just the oppressed, right? The oppressed men, the oppressed among the men and the women and the children who not are able to plan and not they are directed to a way to get out of this oppression. For these, it is expected that Allah will pardon them, and Allah is ever pardoning and forgiving. Who are not able to do hijrah to save themselves from this oppression. And whoever emigrates for the cause of Allah will find on earth many locations and abundance. And whoever leaves his home as an emigrant to Allah and His Messenger, and then death overtakes him, his reward has already become incumbent. Why don't you even leave Yathrib, Prophet Muhammad, when I was doing Surah Hashar ayat and all? Why does he have to break, Allah have to cast terror and all that? And Yathrib is not even, so even doing zulm on himself and the Muslims by, you know, keeping them in Yathrib and himself in Yathrib, it's not his birth city like he did emigration from his birth city to Yathrib, Makkah to Yathrib, now Medina. Why doesn't he leave? Why didn't he leave Yathrib? When Zulm, he was saying that attempted assassination on Prophet Muhammad they were doing, and leave that area all as the surroundings of Yathrib where the Jews were also living. Leave that complete land. Like Allah, he can't say, where shall I go? I don't. Because you see here, the ones who are oppressed in the land are they have been doing zulm on themselves. Allah says, no, the angels say, was not the earth of Allah spacious enough for you to emigrate there? And it's not only one emigration, there's like Allah saying the earth is spacious, right? So emigrate therein. It's not that you've emigrated first time taking yourself out of this oppressed land, that's it. No. Another land you go to and the people oppress you, there also emigrate. Because Allah is saying, isn't the land spacious? Earth, sorry, spacious. Oh, I mean, the angels are saying, but Allah has told them to say this to the oppressed in the land who do zulm on themselves, and their destination is evil, hell, refuge is hell. Mawahum. Their abode, yeah, their abode is hell, in hell, and it is an evil destination. Okay? Oh, so think about it, right? If these ones who are oppressing themselves, oppression. Wait a minute. If they're doing zulm on themselves, right, and allowing this to happen to them, mustadafina. Can they also be doing evil, oppressing others by oppressing themselves? Sorry, by being zalim on themselves. They're allowing this. No, can they be oppressors? Now I have to find out from Quran ayats if they can also be these mustad. It will be very, very difficult task. But at least see this, right? And there's this evil destination, Allah says, right? But the believers' evil will be wiped out. You know this. I mean, if the believers, Allah doesn't know that if the believers are doing evil, what? To themselves or others also. So the believers' evil will be wiped out. They could be oppressing others. You see, if you tell me that no, 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 they're not oppressing others, because oppression here, although they're doing zulm on themselves, they are oppressed by others. And they, even evil that they're doing, but the evil destination, Allah has said, okay, let's come this way. Believers will be wiped. First, let me find this ayat again. Believers will be wiped. Believers' evil will be wiped out. Quran ayat. So many contradictions. And the Shias and the Muslims think they've worked it out. This true belief, this that so many errors, so many um, misrepresentations, uh, cunning things of Allah, cunning ways of Allah. I've shown you. Surah 29, Ayat 7. Those who believe and do good deeds, we shall cleanse them of their evil deeds and reward them. Surah 29, Ayat 7. Surah 29, Ayat 7. Surah Ankabut, Ayat 7. Okay, they're doing good deeds, but they also have evil. They also are doing evil, right? Evil deeds, evil. And those who believe and do righteous deeds, surely we will remove from them their evil deeds. For God's sakes, purify them with a thorough purification, like Allah wills to purify. And it's come very close. Allah could have done it to the believers. When it says like do it with water and then dust and all this, Allah just purify them also, these believers. So to save them from doing evil deeds, but you haven't saved them, their evil deeds will be wiped out. From them their evil deeds. Remove. Kafir. I think it's covering. From kafir it comes, means covering something, right? Or denying something or covering something. So here it would be removing or denying or, yeah, could be. Anyways, but it's either remove or cover. It's the same. Like what difference does it make, right? Whether Allah removes it or kafir means covering it, covering their evil deeds. But the evil is done by them, the believers. The- we will surely remove from them their misdeeds. Sahih International has put it like mildly, but actually the word is evil, from evil, sayyatihim, right? So they could be doing evil deeds, oppressing others, right? This is a mumble jumble, I tell you. I found it, even reading the Shia commentary, Ismaili, it's just a mumble. Ismailis haven't given so much in detail. I can't find it so much on the Quran. It's like uh, the Sunnis and the 12 Shias. But this, what is this? Can you please, how can I bring it to you? Every time a Muslim comes here, so Please, since I can even use this, right? And say that please let me help you. Help yourselves. Please cooperate here, Mariah Elsa, right? I'm doing this to help you. Since you prayed, sister, you called me sister, make Allah guide you. So, sorry, I want to help you. Help yourselves. Learn to help yourselves. Come out of this zone, this Islam, this false Allah, this cunning Allah, this cunning Allah who calls angels what liars. Moreover, the angels liars. Where's that ayat? Surah Baqarah ayat 30. No, 31. If you are truthful, we will go to multilingual Quran, Surah Baqarah. If I can find it now, where is it? This is Surah 30. Surah. Oh, sorry, I missed something here. They were pure, therefore Allah gave them the book. If even the slightest trace of shirk was found in their faith, highest form of good conduct. Moreover, I should read this. So I'll come back to this. I'll just, where was I going? Surah Baqarah commentary. Highest caliber. Oh, God Himself has created such perfect beings of highest caliber. Why didn't He create all of us perfectly in highest caliber? Huh? Why only chosen these ones? This is Muhammad, the most praised. And what was the point I was going to come on here? Forgive me, pardon me, I've lost the point. Perfect beings. Uh, Angels witness the glory of the infinite power and wisdom of Lord that could create such perfect beings. So, if Lord can create such perfect beings, why not all of us, since we come from one soul, right? Be perfect, His perfect beings of the highest caliber, created by Allah or the Lord, in substance as well as in style, like of whom they did not know till then. Under Surah 2, Ayat 33. No, oh, so Allah calls them liars, the angels, right? If you are right. Surah 2, Ayat, if you are right. Oh, this doesn't mean true. I said we're going to do a research on this deep, on Sadiq, the word. So here, Shakir's translation is, and he taught Adam all the names, then presented them to the angels. Then he said, tell me the names of those if you are right. Here, Sadiq, for Sadiq, Allah means if you are right. Okay, right? No insult, nothing. Not if you are truthful, right? But if you are right, I missed this point. Yeah, okay. So you see, Christian Prince saying Sadiq means Allah saying if you are truthful. And the Sunnis translated. So I had to do more research on this ayat, right? Going deep. Shia say if you are right. Let's take all these Abdullah Sami, Pictil. Let's see what Shias have since they accept the 12 Shias, Shakir, translation Abdullah Yusuf Ali and Pictor. Okay? I knew that someone, that's why when I hear it from a Christian, I have to make sure that even through Shia, even though he says Shias are the great liars and all this, I have to make sure he's saying the right thing. Now, there's another translation, like the Muslim was saying to Christian Prince on this. There's another meaning to Sadiq, right? So, those, if you are right, if you are truthful, picture. I don't know why the Ahlul Bayt diploma has chosen Shia's picture for. So, this is misleading, right? These, if you are right. So, have the translators made a mistake of Sadiq? Now, they can be, Sadiq can be used as you are right, if you are right. So, the angels are wrong, but not liars. Okay, let's see. Angels are obedient beings. There's no becoming in the angels of fear. Potentiality, names learned from Allah will command the higher ability, right? So some of the commentators are saying the meaning of Sadaq is here, it's right. Okay, if you are right, they are right. How shall I show you? Oh, no. They are right. Like if you are right in this, correct, right? Right. No, no. Let's go to then. I'm going to search out other ayats and do more thing on this. Surah. Sorry that you don't believe I'm an ex-Muslim. I'm really an ex-Muslim, Mariah Elsa, right? But I can understand because there are, how can you believe it? Because I also don't believe in. I have to be very careful to see on YouTube. Don't trust anyone to be a true ex-Muslim. I'm very. I can't trust anyone. I know that, so I can understand now. Yeah, it's coming to me. In my uh, so let's go to Surah. No, let's go to the meaning of Sadiq, right? In other ayats, Sadiq, Quran word. She was Siddiqa. She was sincere. This is what, yeah. Or if you are insincere, or is Allah telling the. So some Muslims would argue and argue and argue that no, it is best to use the word right here, the the meaning right here for Sadiq, right? Now, how do we argue with them? Word meaning here is for Sadiq is right, not not like not sincere, not this and that, or truthful. Truthful is haq, right? And the Sadiq Quran word meaning here in this ayat, okay, so there's the meaning truthful, they say. I don't know. Wikipedia, I don't know whether they've gotten it from the Sunni sources, Islamic sources, other than, yeah, but a Sunni Muslim or who? I mean, so it's so difficult, are true. Sadaqu. Spoken the truth. Let's go here. Spoken correctly or spoken the truth? Say, Allah has told the truth. So follow Allah has spoken correctly. Surah 3, ayat 95. Can Allah speak rightly? Or, okay, He can speak. Surah, what is it? Oh, God. Sorry, my bad. My memory is bad. Surah 3, Al Imran, ayat 95. Surah Al Imran, ayat 95. And better to go to Shia commentary there on this ayat, there in multilingual Quran. Say, spoken the truth, Allah, then follow the religion of Abraham. Say, Allah has told the truth. Whatever Allah has said is true. You can put correct here, but most of them, but I did, who did Shakir is not here. Translation. Let's see the Shia side too. So Al Imran, a word for this. Surah Al Imran, ayat 95, multilingual Quran. Al Imran. Sorry, I have to. Al Imran. Let's see what Shakir even translates this to be. Al Imran 95. Say, Allah has spoken the truth. Shakir. Victor. Say, Allah has spoken the truth. Therefore, follow the religion of Abraham. Shakir. On Surah 3, ayat 95. Victor. Say, Allah speaketh truth. Yusuf Ali. Surah 3, ayat 95. Say, Allah speaketh the truth. Commentary also, Shia commentary on Sadiq. Through the Holy Prophet, Allah has made known the truth, the faith of Abraham. So, what does Sadiq mean now in this ayat? So, if you're going to tell me that Allah keeps changing the meanings of the words, and Allah has not really called the angels liars, but incorrect, wrong. Let's see in how many ayats also Allah uses. What shall I do? What shall I do? Let's see. Let's check then. How many times for sadaku, sadaq, sadaq, uh, sadaq, ta'ana, or sadiq? Yeah, let's. Oh, we have to go to sadiq actually, right? Honorable, sound, truth. Maybe sidqin is soundness. You are, yeah. So I went to sadaq. Charities, no, no. The truth either is correctness, soundness. Sound. So if the angels are unsound, what are they? Irrational beings. And say, my Lord causes me to enter a sound entrance. Honorable. So the angels are dishonorable if you do. Let me see another ayat on which sorry, I'm getting confused. If Surah Baqarah ayat 30, 31 or 32. So let's go to. Have they given Surah Baqarah ayat? Who are the Sadiq? Huh? Oh, here, Saddaq. How many ayats are there on Sadiq? Sitqan, Sitqan. Sadiq, a friend here. Your friend. Okay, it can't be Sadiq. Sadiq, Sadiq. Well, Sadiq, Sadiqina, truthful. And then noun also here for Sid, oh, Siddiq. Now it's Siddiq. Sorry, it's my eyes. Sorry, I didn't look at it properly. The I is here. Okay. The truthful one, the man of truth. Siddiqan, Siddiq. Okay. And Sadiq, truthful. Surah 2 ayat 23, truthful. Surah Baqarah ayat 31, truthful, sadiq. And the same in Surah Baqarah ayat, so I want to see this, check this one also, truthful. Now, are you going to tell me if this is on Allah, which one shall I press on? Surah 2 ayat 23. And if you are in doubt about what, sorry, Surah 2 ayat 23, the same word, written same way. If you are in doubt about what we have sent down upon our servant, then produce a surah, the like thereof, and call upon your witnesses other than Allah if you should be truthful. Okay. If you should be correct, or you should be truthful, or you should be right. If you should be right, you will say this. And let's go to again the other ayat, same way written in Quran. Thanks to Quran. Sadiq, confirming. Sadiqan. Yeah, it's a different. Mutsadiq. Okay. Sadiqina. Truthful. Sadiq. Oh, goodness. Sadiqina. Truthful, truthful. Surah Baqarah 23, we were here. And then we've known that this is Sadiqina also. Surah 2 ayat 31, we've seen that. We're on this side. What does this Sadiqin mean here? What does Allah mean by Sadiqin? You are not the Sadiqin. What does Allah mean by telling the angels you are not Sadiqin? So let's go to Surah 2 ayat 94 where Allah uses the same, right? Same way. Truthful. Surah Baqarah ayat 94. Say, O Muhammad, if the home of the hereafter with Allah is for you alone and not the other people, then wish for death if you should be correct or truthful. I want to see if it says Allah is truthful. Those who are truthful, correct, right, those who are on the right, and they say none will enter paradise except one who is a Jew or a Christian. That is merely the wishful thinking. Say, produce your proof if you should be correct. You should be correct, truthful, Sadiqeen, and the truthful. I'm looking at the actually ayat, the way it's put, the patient, the true, the obedient. The correct, would it be, oh, what a great company or what? Those who spend, no. Those who spend and those who seek forgiveness before dawn. The patient, the correct, same word, same way written as it's written in Surah Baqarah, ayat 31, 30, 31. You forget. Surah 3 now, ayat 71. Yes. Oh, this one is good. This is Haq, falsehood with truth. Yeah. Haq, the truth. This means truth, definitely Haq. Yeah? Okay. At least they made a mistake and came to this. Surah 3 ayat 17. Surah 3 ayat 17. And why would Allah use, okay, sometimes for Sadiq, if you are correct. So I don't know why, but I don't know the reason why. I'll be thinking of that. The page, I'm just telling you what I'll be thinking of, and I'll answer it through the Quran ayats maybe, showing you the patient, the truthful, صادقين,
والصادقين,
and the obedient, and those who spend, seek forgiveness, and the correct ones, those who spend, the true, the truthful, those with firmness. Yusuf Ali doesn't put truthful, he puts those with firmness. So this word, sadiq, it changes, meaning of it changes. If you are the correct ones, right? Let's say we take the meaning that the Muslims would say, the one that is the Muslims use for, like Shakir used for this side, right? Surah 2, 2 ayat 30. No, 31, right? So my second one, right? If this fails, and if I fail in this, and if the Shia translation of Shakir or is true, name all of them. Then he showed them to the angel and said, inform me of the names of these if you are truthful, right? Or correct, right? Then we're going to go even further on. That knowing the names, knowing these people, would it save you later on? Huh? Or even the chosen ones among them are Zalim. So, since there is this difference of of the meaning of this word Sadiq amongst Muslims, and if the Shia still, like, even if the Shia say no, no, if you're coming from the Shia side and saying no, no, this means if you are correct, right? Right. So we'll come to a second point. Allah is showing off His knowledge and insulting His angels using no, no, not this point. What a cunning Allah! In what way? Here, right? If you are correct. So what has happened in this world? There have been killings and all, right? Bloodshed, corruption. But if you stick to these Ahlul Bayt, Shias would say, right? Shia point of view. You know these names? These names are Surah 2 ayat 31. So if you stick to these names according to Shia, Surah 2 ayat, where is it? Going to multilingual Quran again on this. Right? Following the Khalifa, the consensus Khalifa does not allow anyone to interfere with this. Would it save you from the hell? Huh? No type of, you will be quite guided, well guided. So it is confirmed that there's no change in modification. They have to go through all this. History also testifies to the fact that on all occasions it was Ali who came forward to meet the challenge and prove his qualities for the entitlement to the divine office of vicegerency. Although, okay, now if you follow this, the right path, the guide, haven't done proper Adam. Well, while talking about the creation of Adam, the appearance of visible form in the arc of ascent must be reviewed. Matter in its primitive mode of being carries the potentiality to develop into various forms, minerals, vegetables, animals, and human beings. The capability of matter to give form to different species is determined by the
by the unlike in nature, potency of its elements or components. Earth, a product of matter, carried the capacity to bring some of its elements to a more advanced and highly in form and substance. Okay, skipping all this potentiality of the components of read the last part. The development of the arc of ascent was gradual, while indeed we regular stages, earth, clay, talks about the clay that Allah made Adam from. The distinctive aspects of each of the beings in the arc of ascent are reflections of the corresponding beings in the arc of descent. Those angels who administered the development of the animal life belong to a higher order. How shall I come to you? For now, I'll be reading this maybe later on. The arc of ascent, the nafs, soul, ego. Wait a minute. The arc of descent, sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Ruh, according to the Quran and the Holy Prophet's saying, refers to that which proceeds from the absolute through the arc of descent. The nafs saying refers to is a reflection. Arc of descent and arc of ascent and ruh. And he taught Adam all the names, then presented them to the angels. Thereafter, it's neither progress to higher spiritual. So then we come to 31. Angels are obedient beings, first of all. If they're obedient beings, why are they questioning Allah? There is no becoming in the angelic sphere. Each of them has fixed status to carry out a particular function. Man, on the other hand, made of matter, but yet, even though being obedient beings made by Allah, they have the free will to question Him. The names Adam learned from Allah were not in the knowledge of the angels, because these names did not refer to the phenomena known to them. The hum of aradahum does not refer to the names, but to the named, and as a plural term cannot be used for Allah. Therefore, it cancels the possibility of interpreting these names as the names of Allah. When reference is made in Arabic to several objects of inanimate nature, a singular feminine pronoun is used. But when the objects are conscious beings, a plural masculine pronoun is used, as done here through aradahum, to point out the named ones. If the object referred to is inanimate, the singular feminine pronoun tilqa or hadihi should have been used. Here, the personal demonstrative pronoun refers to the conscious beings of a superior moral status. Knowledge of whose names entitled Adam, knowledge of whose names entitled Adam to the vicegerency of Allah because of the names that Allah gave to Adam. Then these names entitled Adam to the vicegerency of Allah. Allah wanted these names, created them, created the world for them, the universes. Hadith qissa, the qissa, hadith qissa, right? Shia, source coming from Shia, Prophet Muhammad. Thus, the existence of the beings of the highest status has been established, right? Due to the affinity between Adam and these highest beings, Ali, he was capable to function. So they're higher than Adam, but Adam was used like an intermediary thing. function as the medium of their manifestation. Right? All come down. Angels. Like we are all insulted in this. Forget only the angels. Now, कहीं आग लगे तो लग जाए, कहीं wherever, if fire burn, if people doing oppression against each other, land on land oppression, let it be. Allah said, I created this for out of love for these, everything. Let there be oppression there. But if you know them, you will be saved under their umbrella. Salawat baro. Durud Sharif. I mean, the Shias say salawat, right? The Pakistani Shias, I know. On Muhammad and all Muhammad. Like we are just, even Adam. These are highest beings, such beings that can save you. Even the chosen servant of Allah could do zulm. Now where do you go? You stay here. He purified them thoroughly with the thorough purification. So now we're coming on the second part. What the Christian prince left me with, us, with this. Yeah. Now I not to leave this. I go to the depths. And show you where Allah make a mistake here. He not to save you, but whatever you are, zalim, you are evil, doing good deeds. But the disbelievers doing good deeds useless if they don't have the essential belief in Allah. And now people dying and suffering and this, that. You know what I mean? Oh, am I talking? See, if you so hadith qissa, it's given in that. So Allah not created anything but for out of love for these five beings. They are so high. Allah not to choose from angel making man, right? Light is light. And he made angels with light also. But who he choose? High beings. Don't the Shias also, where's that commentary where it says angels were made of light? I think it's these angels were also made of light. Excuse me. But tell me what merit, on what merit? Like before even this coming down on earth, they were light and they were praising God and so Ahmad and Muhammad, the praiseworthy, the praiseworthy. Allah didn't make us like He made Ahmad and Ali and Fatima and Hassan and Hussein to save us. Even this chosen one who is a zalim might go to hell, will not go to hell. For a little while he'll go to hell, maybe be punished, whatever. Later on he'll go to paradise. What kind of Allah is this? So I'm coming from this ayat and the explanation of Christian Prince saying Allah has insulted. Allah has insulted all of us. Not only insulted, forget the insults hurled at us, but the incorrect information given to us that we will go to hell even if we do good. As disbelievers, we will still go to hell. What kind of Allah is this? And what credit have they earned here on earth? These light beings. Please tell me, on what credit? Did they have a will there? So there's the light created. And what wrong did Iblis do for being fire? Yes, he said something against Allah, saying that I'm better. You create. But he said, you created me from the fire. And Allah created him, right? Allah created him. And if you created a human being, okay, let's say Allah, the creator, tells us that I created these light beings and I created you. What is he telling us? Now, let me give you an example. If Allah tells us, bow down, or no, no, really, I mean, not only the angels, forget it. Allah would be telling us to bow down to these light beings. They're so high that even Adam, if he didn't have affinity with them, closeness to them, he would be nothing. Allah had created Adam for them, to show us them, right? The names, the five, and the Ahlul Bayt, Imams of the progeny of Prophet Muhammad. Sorry, excuse me. So, oh God. So, now coming this way, can Allah save you? Why didn't He create those poor angels, made them light, and then from that, the angelic light, and move them to such a high place? Why didn't He create angels that were high place like these beings? And then they wouldn't have to bow to Adam and this nonsense. I tell you, this is all nonsense. All nonsense. Allah, this Allah is the false Allah, has deceived you and guide. What guidance will Allah give you? Right? Even Muhammad cannot guide you if he loves you. You cannot guide those. That high being Shias. If Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad loves you, and can he love a zalim? Can he love a disbeliever? Please tell me. So that means he did love Aisha, right? Since he can, Allah says the misguided are Aisha. So that means Allah says you cannot guide those whom you love. Look at where the Shias have just been blind to this. Unreasonable, unjust. Just reading it like a parrot. You cannot guide those. Who did he love? According to Shia, who did he love? According to Sunnis, who did he love? But who was a kafir and died a kafir? Abu Talib, right? Maybe. But the uncle who took care of him, the Sunnis would say he didn't even love him. Okay. But the Shias, you know who he loved? Who cannot be guided? Aisha, Aisha. You cannot guide those whom you love. Allah guides. But Allah has made Abraham and all this to guide us. Then the Sunnis say, some say, no, this ayat in Surah Anam, ayat 90 is not like that. Right? Goodness gracious, it goes on and on like this in contradictions, and you're telling me to gulp it blindly, like some Sunnis, Shias even have taken it. You like? No, no, you love hub. Oh, so who did Prophet Muhammad love? Indeed, you cannot guide whom you love. Who are we supposed to love, Shias? Hubb Ali. Prophet Muhammad loved Ali. Hubb Ali is what? Now, here Allah is telling your Prophet Muhammad, indeed, you cannot guide whom you love, right? Or sometimes He doesn't put, oh, messenger or prophet. Are you going to tell me the believers whom they love, they cannot guide? But Allah has not put Allah and His messenger guide whom they will. Look at the cunningness. Whichever way you try to come to me, right? So if the Shias are going to tell me on this also, Surah 28, Qasas, Ayat 56, multilingual Quran. And it's hope. I just wanted to show you multilingual Quran, Surah Qasas, Ayat for all night long. Right. Ah, let's go. Surah Qasas 28, Ayat, forgotten the number. Oh, Prophet Muhammad. No, no. Correct yourselves. Shias, if you say this is Prophet Muhammad, no, no. You said Allah is telling the through Prophet Muhammad. Ayat is not clear. Who is this you? Huh? Believers or who? 56. Oh, no, no. Yes, yes, commentaries. Yes. Some misinformed commentators, out of the latent evil, have called Abu Talib a non believer, despite the clear evidence of Abu Talib being the foremost believer in the truth. Who are these? They don't tell you. But they're not Christians, they're not Jews, they're not apostates. Despite the clear evidence of Abu Talib being the foremost believer, yeah. Refer to the commentary of Surah Barat, Ayat 113, for Abu Talib's faith and his help to the prophet, Holy Prophet in the religion of Allah. Allah. Aka Medipuya says there's no difference between the liking and disliking of Allah and the Holy Prophet, because the Holy Prophet never did or said anything on his own accord. He never? Are you sure, Akamedipuya? Shall I take you to Surah Tahrim Ayat 1? Where Allah is telling him, O Prophet, why do you prohibit? Hmm. So Akamedipuya is saying that Allah did not have to mention with himself the messenger. And this is for you believers, you believers. You believers, Surah Nur ayat, red slender, low lights. Allah has called you what not, right? Now see this. I'm not the one turning right, left, but because look at this, right? Both Shia Sunnis. There's no difference between the liking and disliking of Allah. So that would mean that due to what Aka Medipuya said, whom Allah guides. And now you whom you love, yeah, Shias, yes, yes, yes. This you is not like what the Sunnis and the rest of the Muslims put as Prophet Muhammad, loving, right? Now I correct myself if I ever said it in my previous live streams that this Prophet Muhammad taking the Sunni side translation of it, of you being Prophet Muhammad. But Allah guides whom He pleases. And He knows best the followers of the right way who receive guidance, says Yusuf Ali. Now you see. So this Akamedipuya means that this Allah guides, Prophet Muhammad is included. Wow, amazing. Now Allah has had a different way of writing. He's chucked out that brilliant, beloved messengers of his and put it somehow implied that whom Allah guides means the messenger, my messenger also. His messenger in this, Allah. Whereas in other ayats, when he doesn't chuck out his messenger with himself, obey Allah and his messenger, obey Allah. Why does he do that? So there is crookedness. There's no consistency In the Quran also we see ayats between ayats and all this. Now why has he chucked out Allah and his messenger guide, whom they please? Wait a minute, when did Allah, who did Prophet Muhammad go pleasing? Now the Sunnis case here on Aisha, Prophet Muhammad loving Aisha, and Aisha at least loving Aisha, and he couldn't guide Aisha that much because who did he go pleasing? Whom they please, or maybe it's whom they will. No, it's whom they will, right? Now, how can the will of the messenger be like Allah? Tell me. If you tell me the will of Allah is like his messenger's will is like the will of Allah, I'll scream. Oh, tell me. Surah 28, Ayat 56, we're going to the Arabic. Look at it. Indeed, you cannot guide whom you love. Hub, yani from love, yeah. This is love without the loving kindness, wadud. But Allah guides whom He wills. Ah, His will. Are you putting Allah, His messenger, and Him with His messenger's will with Allah's will? Many things I have to say on this, and this means that whatever Allah can will, the messenger can will, right? And here it's you believers, according to Shia, Akam Edipuya. Implied. I got it from his commentary, right? I got it. I got the thing. So now, so if Allah's will is the same as his messenger's will, then wherever Allah says, I will, his messenger can will too, right? So, come to Surah Zumar, ayat 4. Allah says, if I willed, what would I do? If Allah had intended to take a son, now, moreover, many points. Isn't this shirk? Isn't this shirk? Because his will, with not only its intention, okay, you would say not only, but surely he could have chosen, yes. Istafa, chosen from what he creates, whatever he willed. So, whatever from his will he creates, right? From his will he created here. He creates whatever he willed. And it's his will. And if the messenger is in Allah's will, the same. Allah's will and the messenger's will, then even the messenger can create with Allah. Both of them. So not only Allah has created, but his messenger has created with Allah what he has created, what Allah has created. If you're putting Allah and his messenger on the same level here in this ayat, Surah Qasas ayat 56, and saying this is not Muhammad, surely you cannot guide whom you love. This you is not Muhammad, but Shias are implying that this you is believers, believers whom you love. Because you see, the Prophet can never love, right? A disbeliever. And they have their reasons to say this, and they're right in their own way. But the Quran has many contradictions. But Allah guides whom He pleases. Now, if you're saying Allah, as it's suggested, it's implied here that this might be Prophet Muhammad, Like the rest of the Muslims say, this is Prophet Muhammad that you love. You cannot guide whom you love. Shias are saying this you is not Prophet Muhammad there. Prophet Muhammad is here in this. Allah will or pleases. And I can't use Surah Tahrim at one because Prophet Muhammad went pleasing, not using his will, pleasing his wives. There also I showed this Shias, even in that he's you're not Prophet Muhammad's not supposed to go pleasing his wives when they are non-Muslims now, annoying him and all this, right? How can he go pleasing his wives on that part of the ayats with Erimadwan? Now there's okay, so coming the Shia way, Hakam Edipuya says, look at this, read this again. I'm going to read this again. You also be with me here. There's no difference between the liking and disliking of Allah, right? And the Holy Prophet. Oh, sorry. So, because the Holy Prophet never did or said anything on his own accord, independent of his divine will. His divine will. Surah Najm ayat 2 to 10 and Juma ayat 2. Surah Juma ayat 2. Independent of God's will, right? Divine will is God's will, right? So sometimes they don't use the exact precise word also. Sometimes they use very good eloquence, very good exact words, most of the times. What is divine meaning? Independent of Allah's will, right? So his Prophet Muhammad's will is the same as Allah's will, right? What Allah willed. Wait a minute. He never did anything without the will of Allah. Okay, I could be wrong. So Allah's will is in this, right? No. Prophet Muhammad's will, no, he never did anything. We have to separate it here. Sorry, it's my fault. I'm wrong. Whom Allah guided, whom He will. Can you say that Allah and His Messenger guided whom He will? No. But Prophet Muhammad never did anything without Allah's will. Command or will? No, I am wrong in this. No, this here the Shias are saying that it's only Allah's will, not Prophet Muhammad's will. Okay, with Allah. Here. Okay, I got it. Let me correct myself and let me say it correctly. So, Allah guides whom He wills. Okay, Prophet Muhammad's will is not here. Neither is it here whom Prophet Muhammad loves, but it's the believer, right? Whom the believer loves. Okay. But Allah guides whom He wills. Can Prophet Muhammad guide? We're not told this. But forget the will with Allah and all this. His messenger and Allah, that I got it wrong. No, I got Akamedipuya wrong. I apologize. It's my fault. I got it wrong. So anything on his own accord, independent of the divine will, let's say if, let's come this way. I've made a mistake, but there's something come up. If these prophets can only do what Allah wills, right? then they're one with Allah in the will, right? Allah's will. Or they've submitted their will to Allah. I wonder if we can say that at Allah, who can Allah, if they do what Allah wills, and they have merged, they have submitted to Allah. Yet Allah has the power, Allah has the will. Oh, so can it be? Think about it, right? We're going far away from this now, not step by step for now. Could it be if Allah had, if we had sub, uh, merged our will with Allah, or Allah's will was in us, right? Then we could also be creators, one with Him in will, right? Okay. So now this is trial and error, right? No, but I could be wrong, right? But when if I am wrong, no matter how wrong I may be in this, right? I do. I'm not going to punish myself, right? I'm not going to be like this, taking these Islamic laws, right? But how far can I be wrong? How many contradictions you see in the Quran? And I can correct myself, right? I can correct myself. I can come here and say I was wrong, but I'm not going to be like punishing myself and touch, 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 extreme, extremist. Oh, I'm wrong. I just feel so guilty. Huh? Not like that. I mean, okay, that would be like a child. Like I could be punished for being wrong. Like I could fail many times, maybe 1,000 times, but one step pass. Now, Akamedi Puya says I was wrong about this. There's no difference between the liking and disliking of Allah and the Holy Prophet. Wait a minute. Yes, I can use Surah Tahrim ayat in this, right? At least that. So I don't have to go to Surah Zumar ayat. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So if there's no liking or it's love, so Allah guides whom He pleases. Wait a minute. I have to work this out. I'm not prepared for this. I was whom He wills. And there's no disliking and liking. There's no difference between liking and disliking of Allah and the Holy Prophet, right? And there's no difference between, you should not make a difference between Allah and His Messenger. That ayat that you, even the Shias maybe. So, no, let's work this out here. There's no difference between the liking and disliking of Allah and the Holy Prophet. Actually, it should be loving. No. Allah loves, yes. Allah also loves those who are patient. Hub word is not like, it's love. I don't know why Akameti Puya has used liking. Okay, let's take liking and say that there's no difference between the liking and disliking of Allah and the Holy Prophet. So, this you who love, those whom you love, is not the Holy Prophet. This is what I think the Shia or Kameti Puya means to say, right? But what he doesn't say is maybe he's made a fault here, but Allah guides whom He pleases, right? No. Actually, Allah guides whom He wills or wishes. Let's keep it to the will, not please. Please is mardiya, mardata, right? From mardata, please, the word. Whom He will, maybe they're all the same, really. No difference. Sometimes it's used as pleases, sometimes it's used as will. It's very complicated. Is it true that to study the Quran then properly and understand it? Anyways, but Allah guides whom He wills, right? Or whom He pleases, whom thou lovest. But Allah guides those whom He wills. Can the Prophet Muhammad go against Allah's will? Huh? And whom you love, Allah cannot guide. Allah only guides whom He wills. Can the Prophet ever love someone, go pleasing someone that Allah does not love? Hmm? Allah does not approve of a disbeliever? No, right? The Prophet can never do that. Let's just come to this. But Shias, the Prophet has done it in Surah Tahrim. And why don't you see this? And why do I have to come again and to help you people come out of this uh, blind love for Prophet Muhammad, honoring him and loving him, huh? That you can't even see. Such a blind, like maybe you'll say, I have such a blind love for my principal, an elderly woman, that I can't see. I can't use my mind properly. Akal istemal karo. Use your akal. Why waste your life on this principle? What if he turns out to be a covert narcissist? You are doing zulm on yourself if you keep loving her. You cannot guide her, Sahara, even. Is the Prophet supposed to go pleasing his wives who have now become disbelievers? Shias, you know very well this. And then don't be dishonest with me here. And yourself, forget me. Why are you being dishonest with yourself and dishonest with the Quran ayats? Because Allah has been dishonest with you, and Allah sometimes makes you all the time you are in this dishonesty and deception, consummated, drowned, see? Drowned in this, not only blindly in love and God knows what, scared not to love because Ajare Risalat of how he's manipulated when Allah fake, this is fake Allah. Prophet Muhammad has done it too, and the Ahlul Bayt have done it. So how it will hurt you, but I how can we come to when you know my someone a therapist a psychologist she loves how can we bring you out of this? You know how hard it is once you have this trauma bond and everything with the covert narcissist or the narcissist to come out of it. It can kill you. I will die in this. Let's say I find out that my principal I loved and even my husband or even your mother can turn out to be even my mother or father can turn out to be a covert narcissist or a narcissist, and I have a trauma bonding. And the trauma bonding is so strong, you can't come out of it. It kills you. It will kill you. No, no, no. I cannot believe it that someone I loved and it's my mother, my father, and they can do this to me. Or the principal can do. Even the principal. For me, I mean, I'm the worst fool on the face of the earth. Like, if you're with me, oh, we are one of the group of people who are the worst fools. We love those who hate us, who are covert narcissists, and the trauma bonding has occurred. And now there's no way I can make myself go insane and hurt myself to no end, go into self destruction, zalim, zalim, right? No one can tell me that the prince, even if someone tells me and I say, yes, yes, I was ready for this. She could turn out an evil person, or she could turn out. It was. I knew this from the very beginning. But even then, I got caught in the trauma bond, and now I can't come out of it. So at least if I can save some person or help you to save yourselves, realizing that this is a trauma bond and we have to go on, let's go on. And misery and pain, let's go on. You will not be able to let go of this. So you see, like Mariah, Elsa, you are not an ex-Muslim. Maybe you're coming from not a deception or anything, but like you are failed to understand because you are in a trauma bonding. You Shias also with, you know, like you could, like I was telling my friend that I have this men, problem. She couldn't believe. I said, maybe you people are shocked or something. You don't realize the gravity of this sickness, or you can't even believe it. I don't think you people have come to terms with it. And even it took me a long time to come to terms with that. I have this, whatever condition, issue I have. So you are in such a trauma bond, and sometimes I get angry at you, which I shouldn't actually. If I was a psychologist and a covert narcissist, you know, on that about that narcissist or covert narcissist, PhD on that, I would understand that you are in such a trauma bonding and that it's impossible for you to come out. But there are, like, we can, how they do it, we can help you to come out of it. Now, O Prophet, why do you prohibit what Allah has made lawful for you? So at least Aka med seeking what Mardata. So if the will of Allah, the liking and disliking of Allah and the Messenger are the same, then why is he going pleasing his wives who have been annoying him and prohibiting, moreover, going against? And so Surah Anbiya ayat 27, easy, but I don't want to just consider that also. Keep it in consideration, right? And another thing, what Akam Edipuya has said here, using Surah Najm ayats and Surah Jum'ah ayats, independent of the divine will. Nor can the Holy Prophet never did or said anything on his own accord. So what is he doing here? On my own, once again. O Prophet, why do you prohibit? Allah is telling him, O Prophet, why do you prohibit? I know he's a human being, but a prophet is not supposed to even as a human being, right? A prophet, even in his personal life, what Aka Medipuya is saying is true. Because Surah Anbiya, not only Surah Najm ayats, we see this. Oh my God. Otherwise, we'll be sitting here the whole night. And maybe the next day, I have to take breaks. Yeah, meaning, you know, so no, no. So the thing is that, see, you may be trying to get me out of a covert narcissist trauma bond, right? I'm helping you come out of this trauma bond, covert narcissism. Can the prophet, Shias, can the prophet, and I know your answer, what your answer should be, can the prophet, as he uh, taking the prophet clothes off, right? Allah's addressing him, but can he, as a man, go pleasing his wives, these two wives even? No, he can't. I showed you the Quran ads. Now, Aka Medipuya here also bringing out that Holy Prophet never did or said anything on his own accord. Now, can you trust your Shias to say, at least see this, right? You love the Sunni side, take the Sunni, or don't even take the Sunni side for this ayat, but take the neutral side. And when you take the neutral side, the researcher side, the truth, the seeker, the understander, student side, then you see how many problems in the Quran? Like it's not even clear. So that's why you have Sunni Shia. Sunni saying no, this you means Prophet Muhammad. Shias are saying no. And we could go on this until, so how am I to show you? Until some Shia, maybe we can, or some Sunni, that's it. Like I got it and I got out of it. But maybe, no, because the truth I loved and I was brought, maybe you weren't brought up. I could get very angry later, how I was trained with. But you see, at that time, afterwards, I didn't even, I was like, forget it. People are living here very nicely. Like they can take the jungle and the lies in Pakistan. So, but not, I didn't put the principle first. I put her life first for her freedom. And I put my life for my free. Like everyone should be free. My life, my freedom, her life, her freedom. Freedom to do what she wants to do. Not that love that I go, go, and, So please, can you trauma bond? Yeah, very. So if you Muslims are in a trauma bond here, because this person is a narcissist, these prophets, not only, I mean, and this is the worst. Uh, last, he says, I don't know how to put it to you. So, and some of you loving him, honoring him, and could come and kill. But think about it, right? If you love someone, would you kill someone? We were told that this can happen. But if you desire a woman, like we were told that Ibn Muljam, the one who killed Imam Ali, Muawiyah arranged that he kill Imam Ali because he told, Muawiyah told this man, Ibn Muljam, that the woman you desire, I will get her for you. Maybe, give him riches, he was poor or something. And then he would be able to marry this woman, this rich, believing woman or something, right? And then she would love him and all this, desire him too. But they told us that this Ibn Muljam loved a woman he couldn't get. But Mawiyah helped him to get that woman. So out of love for that woman, Mawiyah told him, you kill Imam Ali, I will get you this woman. Right? Out of love for this woman. It's not love, it's desire. You see, love, as I saw it at that time, never could do such a thing. It must be lust. It must be a desire that is other than love, to possess someone. I want this woman. You see, when I truly felt love, unconditional, healthy love, it could never be that I would kill someone, take someone's life to gain that person. I could never damage, never hurt. And wherever I hurt in anger or disciplining someone or just righteous anger, I would step back and check myself. What are you doing? Do you really, like, I wouldn't call it love for the principle. Like when I watch The Bodyguard, and you're angry and frustrated. Yeah, that
came over me and I questioned myself, like, no, then this is not love. True love is some that you don't kill people. You don't take anything from another, not even the person you love. If you, like, love fills you up for all the seasons that you live. You cannot harm another. When in love with that person, even another person, right? And all that love can make you do is do good and good and good and good and bring people together. And someone, let's say you sacrifice, and the painful sacrifice, you see, by giving your loved one or someone you love, or unconditional love, out of unconditional love, it's the greatest joy, and you feel you haven't sacrificed. The giving is the greatest joy. You don't feel you've been deprived of something. Like I give my expensive, you know, expensive gift, or I buy something very expensive, or I give my expensive watch to the principal. It wouldn't be like I've lost something and I'd be missing my expensive, bomb mercier. No, I would with joy give it to her. That she's wearing it. I want her to wear it, right? But when does the sacrifice name, the word sacrifice, come in for love? When it's pain. When is it? Oh, it was coming to me and now it's a cut off. When does the sacrifice come? And the feeling that it's a little painful to give, right? To your loved one. Never in giving. Huh? When? When? Tragedy. When for a friend, or for someone who let's say a cousin of mine, loves, let's say someone I love, right? And now I have to sacrifice. And I know that this man also loves me, but my friend or my cousin loves her. And he can't live without her, and I also can't live without. And my cousin, no, my lover, the one I love, he also loves me. But and we can't live without each other. But I'm going to see if I can if I can step back, do something bad, and see whether she can get over me, and she can also say what a bad he can also say what a bad person she is, and I'm going to marry a friend who loves me since childhood, has wanted me. We've known each other like we were neighbors and all this, whatever the scenario you mean. Okay, this is like just a terrible example. Then it would hurt me a little bit, right? It would hurt me. Never in giving in love would hurt me, should hurt me. Love is not to be hurt. Love, love doesn't, giving in love doesn't hurt you. It's not, you can't even call it a sacrifice. Never call it a sacrifice. True love demands no sacrifice. Oh, yes, only here it demands. In giving, no, to your loved one, or out of memory of your loved one. And then if you, it can, giving someone in need out of love for your loved one,
and you realize it shouldn't hurt, shouldn't, if it's true love, and then unconditional for all beings. But some are chosen. I don't know. Now that I can, reincarnation probably would call it that I was their mother or some, or we knew each other before. So we have a affinity, closeness more than the other. Although there's unconditional love, but I feel there's more here, more love here between us for from me to this person, right? So it would only hurt when it will hurt when you have to sacrifice knowing that this person loves you, but you're going to test. And there's a third person, right? My friend. And we've been neighbors, and I find out that she loved him before even I loved him. But now we want to get married and all this. So we're fiance and, we're going out and we love each other now. But that person loved her since childhood. We were neighbors. That will hurt. For me to arrange in such a way to see if the person I love would hate me, start hating me, and go to her and marry her. Maybe that would hurt. Yeah, that would hurt. Okay, but the giving, no. And the separation, yes. Sacrifice there. So we go to now. Here, you see, here, I was wrong about the will of the Holy Prophet being the same as Allah. Let's see if there's another ayat. Allah and the Messenger of Allah. Yes, there is another ayat, but it doesn't say directly. There's no difference between Allah and the Messenger. I've been showing you from that ayat. There's no difference. Got it all wrong. Somewhere you make it seem so beautiful, or send sacrifice, and this. See this. Don't use your emotions first. See through logical research, like scientists. Without emotions, neutrality. Where emotions are required, where there's human emotions are required. I'm not saying don't use your human emotions. Use your where will is required, where intellect is required, where rationality is required, where soundness of mind is required. Your soundness of mind should be used, right? In the Quran ayats, where it's required, academic way. So Shia, as I tell you, I've come here and I come here to help you where it should be. Yes, feelings will come. Okay, in the if someone is oppressed, but look, what about your feelings for the broken homes of the Yathrib tribe, the Banu Qurayza tribe, even out of Yathrib maybe also? Do you have any feelings for the sex slaves whom Imam hit and called rascal? That we'll see later. For now, but I'm just mentioning this. Hope you get me briefly. Allah and the Messenger. Will run. Allah and whoever obeys Allah and the Messenger will be people of truth. Yes, Sadiq. Oh, let me just check this side. Go back to the point. Then I'll go back. Are those bestowed Allah upon prophets? This is Siddiqeen, not Sadiq. Okay, that's it. To the point. Allah and the Messenger have decided. The decision of Allah and the Messenger is the same. I've decided. Allah and the Messenger will for you. And say, do as you will, for Allah will see. What Allah and the Messenger will for you. I'm going to check these Quran ayahs. Maybe I won't find it now. Is Allah and the Messenger's will the same? Allah and the Messenger's will. So on that point of Akametipuya, I also want to see if Allah and the Messenger's will is the same. The only difference now would be those who obey Allah and His Messenger, they will be in the same. No, obey Allah and obey the Messenger in those two. No. Trying to let's see if I can find some ayat. You know, I showed you that the will of Allah is bad and is limited. No, but He created what He willed from. There I couldn't use will actually. Surah Zumar ayat. I just have to correct some things. Surah Zumar ayat. What He creates. So there He did not limit His will because He creates what He wills. But choosing an intention He has limited. In Surah Zumar ayat 4. I just have to correct myself. But He's limited. Allah has limited because if you see His attributes, not only that, but if Allah intended, arada, intended to take Allah, take a son, He could have chosen from what He creates, whatever He willed. Could have chosen from what He creates. What? Oh, it means what He creates, whatever He willed. In creation, whatever from willing whatever creating whatever He willed. Okay, right? And that He has a bad will, but here I don't think I think this part is saying He creates whatever He willed, but He's limiting His intention here to take a son and His choosing, right? So if He intended it, He could have chosen even from what He created, whatever He willed. So whatever He so created, okay? So the will is not limited here, Allah's, but His arada, sorry, and His istafa is just this little bit, but it is limited, limiting His arada and His istafa, choosing, not His will. So out of His will, He has created, right? Whatever He willed, He creates, right? Now, if you're going to tell me that the asha'u, I've got to see something. Uh, this is his will. Quran, word, plan, to wish or will or intent. So this yasha'u is also like has many meanings. He wills. Had willed, you both wish. You wished. He wills. Is there anything like Allah and His Messenger willed? Allah and the Messenger willed. So if there is a ayat, I'm just let's say this, and then later on find out I have to go now. It's very late. So if there is a ayat in the Quran where it says Allah and the Messenger willed, then we can take Surah Zumar ayat 4. Allah created what He willed, right? And if Allah and Allah's will and the Messenger's will is the same, oh my God, that means that the Messenger also can create. That means Prophet Muhammad can create. So I'm going to find that out. He willed. And then come back later. Thank you for your attention, time, and all the how many? 3 hours, 43 minutes, I could die. He sends down the angels with the inspiration of his command upon whom he wills of his servants. One, okay. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. And we're wishing you the best of everything. Oh, before I go, let's just say this, right? Let's come to a little bit of conclusion here that this is all a mess up. It's very difficult. Like there are contradictions, misrepresentations, commentary problems. How shall I put it? I'm losing my Akamedipuya being wrong here. You see, believe it or not, you don't have to believe it. You don't have to accept. Let's. I think I'll take Pradeep Mukherjee's. Take your time, right? I know your love for Al Bayt. There's no difference between the liking and the disliking of Allah and the Holy Prophet. Because the Holy Prophet never did or said anything on his own accord, independent of the divine will. Surah Jumaat too. Does it say in Surah Jumaat? Surah Jumaat? He is the one who sent among the unlettered the messenger from themselves, minhum, reciting to them his verses and purifying them, even purifying them, and teaching them the book and the wisdom, although they were from before. He's the one who sent among us. Allah is the one who sent. Oh, okay. reciting to them His verse, Allah's verses, and purifying them. Zakki. The Zakki that is. Anyways, but can you at least see the contradictions? Sometimes in some things I'm wrong, I correct myself, but I'm not going to beat myself up. Maybe you would want me to beat myself up and be. There's no difference between the liking and disliking of Allah. And the Holy Divine will, independent of the Divine will. There's no difference even between what Allah says. There's a Surah. They could have just given, I don't know why they missed Surah Anbiya, the Shias, missing Surah Anbiya ayat. This is about the mess. Oh, that is like, this is about the messengers. They cannot precede him in word and they act by his command. Amri. This is not by his will. Let's say if they acted by his will, act by his command. This is well put actually. If the will of the messenger and Allah are the same, then we can use it to say that if Allah can create out of what He wills, then on the same level, then it means His messengers can create, and it's one and the same, and then it's shirk. According to this, Islam, they cannot, and shirk is, polytheism is unforgivable sin. Not they can proceed in word and they by his command act. Amri, his command act. Okay, I'll see. But so far we haven't really. You see this that this even though we took sadaq, we see the different meanings of even sadiq. The word is used in Surah 2. And then, of course, not. There is no, ins- Allah has not insulted. He's just insulted himself. He's just, by using different meanings, taught Adam the names, all of them. Yeah. How shall I put it? Inform me of the names of these if you are. Hmm? Truthful if you are right, if you are sincere. No, no, right, no, right. Of course, Allah cannot say if you are truthful, the angels never lie, right? So could Allah have used another word rather than sadiq if you are of sound mind? Sound, correct, if you are correct. Anyways, I could go on. Correct, right? You could. But now I don't. Let's go to a very easy thing, right? So if your prophet was true, like Allah, what would he have done? In Surah Zumar, ayat, we are told 53, 52. That means that your prophet is not true. And this is haq. So your prophet is not true. At least this you can't move from this about this word. You can't move here and there with it changing the meaning of haq, right? So let's solve this way, because other ways it's going to be very difficult. For now, right? A meal without awaiting its but when you are invited, then enter, and when you have eaten, then disperse, and not seeking to remain for conversation. The prophet is shy, and the prophet he is shy, and what? And he is shy. Oh, troubling the prophet, and he is shy. Now, at least here, see that he is the prophet, not the Sahabas, or so the prophet is shy, right? And not Allah being shy, right? And Allah and the prophet are not the same here on the same level. The prophet is shy of dismissing you. And you think this is about the circumstance, that this is the etiquettes. So now here the prophet is different than Allah, right? Etiquettes, he's shy of dismissing you. Because, these were guests, but it was troubling him. Now you've got guests, you have to also see the circumstances. Like, is this his first wedding? Or what, wedding night? Or where? And he's ardently desires he should be available for you 24 hours. It's troubling him on his, like, he's given you a dawat uh, for, like, okay, it's not even his wedding night, but it was his wedding night. Most Muslims know this, only the Quran only wouldn't know this. So, is it, whatever it is, it's like he's invited. Okay, let's just look at the Quran ayah, that he's invited you, right? Enter his houses except by his permission. Okay, this is etiquette, a meal without awaiting, but leave, right? But when you are invited, then enter, and when you've eaten the meal, then disperse. This is the law, this is the thing. Okay, then disperse. First, eat and go, and not seeking to remain for a conversation. No conversation with the Prophet. Great. Oh, indeed, that was troubling the Prophet. And he is shy of dismissing you, but Allah is not shy. Now, here's the difference between the Prophet and Allah. Not only in creation, and why should there be a difference here between Allah and the Prophet? Hmm? For telling the truth. Why should it be a difference here for telling the truth? But Allah is not shy of the truth. But the Prophet is shy of the truth because Allah could have put it in other ways. You see, we were told that Kamzor, like I was thinking, I can't be like Ali, like if the world comes against you, how many of us would give in? Like if as Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad, you're weak, you're being oppressed, your morale is broken, whatnot, you'll give in, right? There are times when Shias are told to save your lives, you should lie, so that, right? And sometimes we're told we have to fight, give our lives. I mean, the women know. You know how this thing I have to put it in words is that it, in my opinion, or in way, like the Quran now, like should the Prophet be shy who's telling you the truth, who is bringing you the truth from Allah? Huh? In this he has to see the circumstances. You would say, please wait, wait. No, no. It's just that it is not etiquette. It's that he's not shy, and it shouldn't be troubling him that you're not. The guests are not leaving, right? Then he should be available 24 hours for his believers. Or you say that there are times, but this shyness, and Allah is not shy. This is not the way to write, right? You could say that the etiquettes Islam, Allah has brought is that you leave after you eat. And if you want to stay, if he tells you to stay over, right? Like, and if you want to stay over, you stay over. If he asks you to stay over, like stay a little longer after eating, right? So you stay over. But by saying that he's shy and it's troubling him, he's shy of dismissing you, but Allah is not shy. That's unacceptable. It's troubling him that the guests have sat there after eating, seeking to remain in conversation. What kind of a prophet is this? So, culture difference. Maybe in the polytheism, it wasn't troubling them that their guests stayed over, even though they had their chiefs and all. Think about it, right? Maybe the Jews, maybe a Christian culture. God didn't say, like, ask your, I'm going to ask your guests to leave. It's troubling the prophet that you are staying after eating, lingering on, wanting conversation. My goodness. So, this may be etiquettes for you, Muslims, since you've been brainwashed, I think. But in another culture, it may not be wrong to sit after eating for a conversation, even on wedding nights, right? I know of a Christian bride and groom, they were the whole night with us, with the guests, intercontinental, like the hotel, till morning, enjoying dancing with all their guests until they weren't leaving us. Their family and the bride and the groom were there till like late, 3 in the morning, enjoying themselves, dancing and with the guests and so like for the Christians, I don't think this would be um, troubling their own selves on their wedding nights. Wedding night, not walima night after consummation or walima day. My God, what kind of this is etiquette, you see. That's why it's troubling him. No, this is not about etiquettes. This was troubling the. It's about troubling the prophet. He felt inconvenient. It's inconvenient for him. That's why. And he was shy to tell them. And also he was trying to tell them, dismissing them. So Allah became, Allah is not shy and of the truth. This means the Prophet is shy of the truth. Haq. Here you cannot change it. The Shias can't say this is for the Sahabas. Although Allah has used the Prophet, but it is about the Sahabas. He's telling that the Sahabas were shy. No, I mean you can't. Shias can't get away in this ayat. Shia believe neither Prophet Muhammad nor their Imams. Right? So this also. And let's say like Allah, like taking okay, another thing is taking what there is no difference between what if what if the Quran had put there's no difference between Allah and the Holy Prophet in their will. Yash Yasha'u. Ooh, then the Holy Prophet can also create like Allah. Same. I mean, it would be Allah and the Holy Prophet creating. Right? Surah Zumar ayat. Allah creates what He wills, right? So here there's no difference between Allah and the Holy Prophet's liking and disliking. What is this then? Is this not shirk? Please look at this. Also, this way. Because the Holy Prophet never did. No, forget this. There's no difference between the liking and disliking of Allah and the Holy Prophet. Is this not partners with Allah? Partner? Is Waliyakum not partner with Allah? Surah Maidah, but now we found another. So I'm going to look at other ayats. Obeying the Holy Prophet, you would say that's not shirk. But what Al-Qamedi Puya here has put, there's no difference between liking and disliking of Allah and the Holy Prophet. So what is this? No difference. So come here, right? There's no, when Allah said, oh God, there's no difference. Do not differentiate between Allah and the messengers and his messengers. Quran. I think Christian Prince, if he will, any remnant, any kind of soft corner for the Shias, anyone like academically, like not for Shia Islam, I'm helping, right? Surah Baqarah 285. Make no distinction between any of his messengers. Oh, now I won't be able to find that. Those who desire to make a distinction between Allah and His messengers. Surah 4, Ayat 150, I found it, right? So what is Allah saying here? There's no difference between Allah and His messengers. But you and even the Shias try to turn it around on Surah 4, Ayat 150. Now again a problem with the Shia, Surah 4, Ayat multilingual. You see, I'm showing you all these Quran, right? Shia, even Shia commentary on this problem. Surah, 4 ayat 150. Maybe there would be no Shia commentary. No, there is. Those who desire to make a distinction between Allah, making a distinction, making a difference between Allah and his messenger, right? The Holy Prophet was sent to mankind for all times to say that his authority came to an end after his departure, and thereafter the book of Allah is sufficient for us is a declaration of revolt against Allah and his messenger, which Umar bin Khattab did. But what is the point? Please tell me. Also refer to the commentary of Surah Baqarah at 136 to 1 and 177. What does Allah mean? So Sunni ayats I found, but a Sunni commentary, sorry. Make no distinction. What is Surah 4 at 150? I don't know how to say this. Please help me, Surah 4 at 150. Quran.com, right? Faraq. Oh, you know, the Urdu word Faraq, it's actually in Arabic. Faraqu, sorry. Faraqu, farq. So there's no difference. Farq. Oh my God. What is this? If this is not shirk, associating partners with Allah could, but Allah and His messengers are one and the same, the same. Oh, please. How Allah has deceived you, or God. Even this ayat, please see, but do not associate anyone with Allah, and do not have other gods with Allah, and do not have sifuna, do not make equals with Allah. How about those ayats coming with this ayat? If there is no farq between Allah, if there's no if there is no difference, let's use an easy word, English, for this Arabic word. I know what it means, farq. You know what farq means? Difference. If there is no difference between Allah and His Messenger, Allah means here to have no difference, no desire to differentiate between Allah and His messengers. Not Allah's messengers, but Allah and His messengers. It is, oh, the, even my thing is gone. I have to use other. So then what is it? There's no difference. My mic. I have to use another mic. The battery's finished. God knows when. After 4 hours or... So there's no difference right here. See, Allah is saying there's no difference between Allah and His messengers. This is what the ayat, this is what this part means. But what the Sunnis also say is non-Shia Muslims. What do they say? Footnote on this. There's no footnote. Hmm? No, no footnote now. I thought there was a footnote. Anyways, right?